Morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. Apparently, we were having some technical difficulties on the audio side of this recording, video, YouTube link. So I would like to call the meeting to order and offer Superintendent Gullickson an opportunity to say a few words.
Hi, good morning. It is an honor and a pleasure to be appointed by Governor Youngkin to serve as the Superintendent of Public Instruction here in the Commonwealth. For those of you I have not yet met, I'm very excited to work with our students, families, teachers, and educators. And this is truly one of the best boards of education in the country. And so we're really looking forward to keeping students at the center of our work. And I will give further remarks tomorrow at the business meeting and want to turn back to the president so we can continue with today's agenda.
Thank you. With that, I would like to ask Mr. Hanson if he would please move us into closed session.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes: discussion or consideration by the Board of Education of information relating to the denial, suspension, or revocation of teacher licenses subject to the exclusion in subdivision 11 of section 2.2-3705.2 pursuant to section 2.2-3711A40 of the Code of Virginia, and consultation with counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and the legal counsel to the Board of Education and staff whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter participate in the closed meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Kilgore.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson.
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham.
Aye.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Ms. Holton.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will now move into closed session. Thank you. Is it mine?
We convene today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure that in his or her judgment has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham,
Aye.
Ms. McPherson.
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
is Ms. Ashton still with us?
Aye. Can you hear me?
Yes, gotcha. Thank you. Ms. Holton
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license in case 2025-09.
So move.
Second.
Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham, Ms. McPherson,
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
Ms. Ashton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The chair will entertain a motion to issue a license in case 2025-11.
So moved.
Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham,
Aye.
Ms. McPherson,
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
Ms. Ashton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The chair will entertain a motion to issue a license in case 2025-06.
So moved. Second.
Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham,
Aye.
Ms. McPherson,
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
Ms. Ashton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The chair will entertain a motion to issue a license in case 2025-08.
So
Okay.
moved. Second.
Okay. Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham,
Aye.
Ms. McPherson,
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
Ms. Ashton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The chair will entertain a motion to deny a license to Wendy Lee Ware.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham,
Aye.
Ms. McPherson,
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
Ms. Ashton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Alyssa Michael Outley.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham,
Aye.
Ms. McPherson,
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
Ms. Ashton, Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, thank you so much. Does anybody need a quick break or do you want to move ahead into our first item on the agenda? Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, yes, so we'll take a 5-minute break here, please. Thank you. We are moving to item C first. Dr. Myers is here to present item C to us. So, Dr. Myers, the floor is yours.
Right.
Thank you for being with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Good morning, President Creasy and members of the board. I'm here to talk to you about the waivers that have been granted to several school divisions due to an unprecedented year of natural disasters and weather throughout Virginia, and especially for the western and southwestern portions of the state. In fact, the only time people on the VDOE data team that have been around for a while can remember this happening was back in 2011 when the earthquakes hit Louisa and surrounding counties. For reference, there was one waiver due to a tragedy at the end of the school year in 2022-23 at one school, and in 23-24 there were none. So it gives you an idea of the amount of waivers that we're used to getting. I also want to start out by pointing out that on the majority of the schools you're going to see in this presentation, in the past during adverse times have really shown that that they were trying to get kids back into school. And we saw that during the COVID pandemic, where those schools were the first to return back to school. So I do think it's important that their past motives getting back into school can play into this presentation. On slide 2, you will see, I think it may be helpful to also ground this conversation in Virginia code that states that a school must meet a minimum of 180 teaching days or 990 teaching hours for each school. The code also states that if due to a state of emergency, severe weather, or other emergency situations, that the division may seek a waiver from the Board of Education for the 180 or 990 hours, provided they have exhausted all avenues to make up missed instructional time. The code also states that the Board of Education has delegated its authority to review and approve the length of school term to the Superintendent of Public Instruction. The code goes on to say that to receive a waiver, that the school division must submit a request. That request must be signed by the superintendent and also the board chair of the local division. They must also include in that request how many hours they're trying to get waived and any evidence that they have as to why, which often includes pictures, news, things that have come out in the news, that type of thing. Moving to slide 3, you will find that on September 25th, Governor Youngkin issued EO 37 declaring a state of emergency due to Hurricane Helene. As we know, some divisions in Southwest Virginia experienced similar catastrophic damage as we saw in Western North Carolina, like in Asheville. I think everybody remembers those pictures. These 7 divisions were hit hard, as seen on slide 4, and as a result, formally requested a waiver to the 180-day, 990-hour requirements due to not being able to run buses and open schools for extended periods of time. It's important to note that these divisions saw catastrophic devastation to infrastructure that included roads, bridges, water systems, and the power grid. On slide 5, you will also see that winter weather has played into this year. We have had unprecedented, not just the snow, but it was really the cold weather that followed the snow that didn't allow the snow to melt that kept this problematic for many divisions. And in some places, it was the same divisions that had problems with Hurricane Helene. So you will see on slide 5 that Governor Youngkin again declared a state of emergency on January 3rd and February 10th because of snow and extended periods of cold weather. These divisions also requested weather waivers for the 180-day, 990-hour requirement. On slide 6, the VDOE has traditionally collected at the beginning of the school year how many days and hours that each school is in session. The VDOE has also collected during that time when a school division starts, when they have winter break, spring break, as well as the end of the year. I think we also collect when they have first and second semester. So that's what we've traditionally collected, and quite frankly, it's done its job. We've had so few waivers that we haven't needed to know day in and day out exactly which schools. We also don't have an automated data system that collects that. at this current time, but due to that and knowing how many of these waivers superintendents began reaching out about this, the team went on to scour the internet to find when schools were open and closed in January and February and came up with this heat map. And so while it's not exact, we do believe it was an exhaustive search to find out when these schools were open and closed. And this is just to give you an idea. It's also important to note here that it was during this time that the governor's transformation office was also working to coordinate resources across the state to help these school divisions. And actually, Superintendent Gullickson was involved with that and knew quite a bit about that. So I don't know if you would be able to share a little bit more about those actions.
I just want to recognize VDEM as one of the critical partners and VDOT being able to have a daily heat map as to which schools were closed. You could quickly see the regional impact, and we were better able to target resources and supports. And so one of the goals here was, how do we help raise awareness that one of the goals of learning where there is an extended school closure allowed us to better collaborate across state agencies and in partnership with local communities to make sure that they had the supports that they needed. And this is sort of a cumulative map of what those daily heat maps looked like so that we could better see where the impact was. As you can see, it very much varied by regions. Obviously, later in February, on the eastern shore and Virginia Beach area was heavily hit with snow, as you recall from those wonderful pictures, but also different pockets throughout those months had different extenuating winter conditions.
Thank you. Just moving forward to slide 7, these are pictures, these are evidence of what these areas looked like. I also wanted to just take a moment. I think many of you know I served as a division superintendent for a number of years in Virginia. And I will just tell you, and you all can probably imagine this, weather was one of the most challenging things that you just could never win on, quite honestly. And I found that usually if I tried to bring students into school, because my original career started in Colorado, we didn't have snow days. So this was a new thing for me. And when I tried to bring students into school, when, I felt like it was safe, but, there was a little snow, I got a lot of pushback, a lot of community pushback on that kind of thing. But if I kept the kids home, I never really got much pushback, which was always a little strange to me, but it was the reality of it. And it was a lot of 3:30 in the morning wake up calls, trying to make these calls. So when you have this cold weather in Southwest Virginia, we had some dirt roads in the county where I was. There were 2 machines statewide that could be used to clear some of the roads on these, is what I was told at the time. And so you had to wait your turn, and it was really hard sometimes to get buses down. Some of these communities, 10, 20, 30% of their roads that they go down may not even be paved. So it is really challenging. I will tell you, just for a future part in the last slide on this presentation, the second most challenging thing that I dealt with in this world was air quality. And we'll talk about that towards the end here. You will see on slide 8.
Ms.
Can I
Holton?
just go back and ask a
Yes,
question? Back to the heat map slide. I'm just curious, what's going on in, I guess that's Goochland, Powhatan, Amelia, Fluvanna, the red highlight on the central Virginia piece.
I'm happy to answer that. So one of the things as we discussed this presentation for the board is that there is a significant difference between, from county to county, city to city, on whether or not those localities are responsible for their own roads. So for example, you have Henrico County that is responsible for their own roads, where you cross the line into Goochland County and VDOT is in charge of that. VDOT does a very good job of clearing the main roads, but based on how the school division operates their bus system, where they don't have stops like Henrico County or the city of Richmond does. They essentially go from driveway to driveway on the rural roads that are often the last to be cleared. And that's generally what the difference is there. And so really, the purpose for this presentation, and Superintendent Gullickson may want to add a little bit to this, but it is to resource this information for the state to be able to be of assistance moving forward a little bit better, to say, where do we need to deploy our resources to help ensure that school divisions are able to operate just how they're supposed to, which is having kids in school. So, that is really the highlight here, is how do we serve as a resource and a liaison to get those things moving, to get kids back in school.
And I will just build off of what Dr. Myers said, since the school divisions are not required to loop with the state when they have like a weather-related delay. We were able to leverage these heat maps with VDEM and VDOT in a more intentional way, and being able to partner with school divisions for alternative bus routes or other pathways that you may need. What are the most immediate next set of roads for us to deploy snowplows and get VDOT into your area so that schools can reopen? And so, but again, that was based off of sort of nightly data polls with press notifications, press releases, the local media outlets who were quickly reporting which school divisions had notified them on a potential school closure or weather delay, so that then we could triage. But usually it was still a day lag time, right? Because a lot of those notifications came in the evening. But that was our best attempt by doing these heat maps, which was an unprecedented process. And so we just wanted to share with the board, that was a new development. As you heard, we just haven't had that kind of weather impact on the local communities in many years.
Just ask a follow-up. Yeah. So those divisions are not listed, as far as I can tell, on the list of divisions that have asked for waivers, et cetera. Do we know, are they extending the school calendar? How are they dealing with it such that they're
So-
not having to ask for waivers?
Ms. Holden, the answer to that is every school division has a different instructional day. And so I will tell you, in the jurisdiction where I was superintendent, if I recall correctly, we had 1,030, 1,040 hours built into our instructional calendar. So you divide by 6 hours, that gives you the number of days that we could have beyond so we had that number. And I remember us being a little higher than some of the surrounding, because we also went 180 days. So we had more than some of my surrounding partners in those counties. And so we could we had a little more leeway if we had more extended snow days. I will also just tell you that I was next to Hanover County, and there would be sometimes Hanover County would be out for days, and we wouldn't be out but 1 or 2 days, even though we shared a border. Because if you look at Hanover, with up in kind of the northern touches Fredericksburg versus where I was touching nearly Williamsburg, you just had big differences in how the snow came down. So there's lots of factors that go into these divisions. They may be red on here for having a number of days, but they've got a lot of instructional hours built up that they don't have to seek a waiver. And you will see here in a slide, on slide 9 that's coming, slide 9 that's coming to you, there are a few more that have submitted waivers that have not been approved yet. So we'll talk about that in just a moment.
And I think the heat map is very useful, and I see, yes, that is a great improvement, but it does beg the question. And 10 to 13 is a lot of days to miss over 2 months. But if they've got that many days built in,
Well, and
more power to them.
they could be going extra time too, so they know they don't need to seek a waiver. And most of these school
In other words, they
divisions,
found other solutions.
that's right. That's exactly right.
I can just speak for having worked in Goochland County and been on the calendar committee for so many years, knowing that our situation was not generally unique across the state, but for the greater Richmond area, we always built in really way more days than we ever needed to. And so that, to answer your question, generally speaking, those days are already built in.
I can agree to that too. Also serving on the calendar committee for many years in my school system, and in Southwest Virginia, although Scott County is not on this because they missed a lot, but they were lower elevation, so we didn't miss as much, obviously, as some of the neighbor counties. But your school system learns to plan ahead and we went extra hours every day anyway, which is what you're, I think, alluding to. So that's what they've probably done.
Ready to move on? Okay. On slide 8, you will see that what we have received and has been approved for these school divisions for waivers due to weather. As I said, almost all school divisions will move to a 990 hours instead of 180 days. Once they're less than those 180 days, they have the option to use 990 hours. So what they start seeking waivers for is a number of hours that they can have below the 990 threshold to be waived due to weather. But it's a little hard sometimes to know how many hours we all work in school days, right? Not school hours. So I did try to calculate on there approximately how many days to give you a better reference that may be. I used a 6-hour school day, which is fairly typical across the state, but it may not be exactly 6 hours, which is why I have a little footnote there that says days may not be actual. That's using a 6-hour calculation to give you an approximate number of days.
And the only other element I'm going to flag there is some of the superintendents on this list flagged for me. They intentionally sought a waiver after their experiences with the hurricane in October and some of the early winter weather. Haven't used the waiver, but wanted to plan ahead because they weren't able to predict what was coming in the spring and didn't want to be under that threshold of the 180 days. And so I think that's also an important caveat.
Yeah, we'll be able to calculate at the end of the year how many of these actually used waivers. And I know some of them will not use the waiver that has been given because they are extending school days 15, 30 minutes. And that adds up a lot over the course of several months. Had to do that in the past as well. And so they really are trying to get to the 990. But I think they saw this so unprecedented this year that they wanted to have some kind of security if they were not able to get to 990.
And I would just say, I think that we're seeing a lot more proactive work on this these days. I mean, Debbie, you probably would agree. We used to be very reactive and scramble to add days at the end and switch our calendar up and do all this stuff, that parents just really were hit hard with extending a school day and accommodating for childcare or, extending the school year as we go into April or something like that. Now it's very much, built into the calendar, and or said that if we get to a certain place in our closures for the year, we will have to do X. So please do not plan a vacation or, whatever it is, so early because we may find ourselves in a position. So I do just want to give a shout out to the superintendents across the state that have really changed kind of the trajectory from that reactive state to a more proactive state, because that has been a big change in the last 20 years.
On slide 9, as I alluded to a few moments ago, there are some other waivers that are sending in a pending folder that we have, and these are the school divisions that I think are really, again, as President Creasy just said, trying to be proactive on this. It will be interesting in the end to see how many of them actually need these waivers, but they have similar evidence and requests that previous school divisions that you saw, especially on the weather slide a little earlier. And so they will need to be considered for the superintendent to make decisions on here in the near future. But we wanted to make sure the board was plenty aware of that. Slide 10. Wanted to finish up here with a couple of counties with specific situations, and Buchanan is a one that we're kind of doing a spotlight on because while they've faced a lot of adversity this year, in talking with them, they're going to every length they can right now to protect every minute of instructional time. And again, having been a former principal, I can tell you that there are a lot of hours in a day sometimes in a school year that get put to other good things. I'm not saying that pep rallies and other fun things, you've got to have things that make school interesting for students, but there's a real focus in this school division right now. And I think many of these school divisions, they know that their students have missed. I've never met a superintendent that didn't want to try to get students to school. There are just sometimes real risks and potential for lawsuits and all kinds of things that dictate that they can't. And so this county is really protecting that time right now. They're going extra time. They're creating every couple of weeks, they're creating additional days of school by going this extra time and really trying to make up that lost learning from missed days. Slide 11, I'm going to finish with Covington, and wanted to talk a little bit about that because there has been some news generated around that, especially in Southwest Virginia. And I actually had a chance to, superintendent and I had a chance to meet with, it's actually Allegheny Highlands and Covington Middle School. That's all a little bit not confusing, but new to us because they are the first school division to consolidate in many, many years in Virginia. And this is the first year of consolidation, which they said added to the complexity of all of this, because as you can imagine, some people love the idea of consolidation and some don't in these small communities particularly. And so it just added to the complexity that they explained to us. But we did have a chance to meet with them to really get a sense of what was going on. And I learned that they had an extremely challenging situation at Covington Middle School. They said that on January 31st, multiple people reported an unidentified odor. And what compounded that problem was there were a number of people indicating that they felt ill and were treated for being ill at that same time. So as any responsible administrators would do in a building, they had to clear people out and determine if it was safe or not. And what they did is they did send students home, and they ended up working with VDH and VDEM very quickly to try to do an initial assessment and understand what was going on. They were not able to determine any immediate reason for this, but again, you can't just send someone back into a school if you aren't completely sure. So Covington procured a company to do with professional engineers to do an environmental study to determine if this building was safe to come back into. And again, the weather during this time made it difficult for this company to complete in the time frame that they had hoped. And also just the nature of this testing, you're depending on labs and other places to bring things back. It's not as fast as any of us would like. And so they immediately moved students to online virtual learning. And the difference about the online virtual learning they did is it was synchronous and oftentimes had students in the classroom that could get, or no, that was a different school that did that, but they went synchronous and immediately did this teacher teaching students in real time, as opposed to, as we saw during COVID, a lot of learning was more asynchronous. The teacher might come on for 5 minutes. So I think they were doing everything they could to try to keep students learning. And then eventually that study did come back and they determined that the building was safe. They did a lot of deep cleaning and they did bring students back to school on March 18th. And I again want to just highlight, they told us that there was a significant pressure within the community because they were afraid students might be sick to not bring back students back to school. So there were a lot of people that were a little fearful and scared of that building. And remember, I told you weather and air quality were two of the more challenging things that you deal with because they do create a lot of, and rightfully so, a lot of fear and concern. So the other really cool thing that Covington did that we found, the superintendent and I found, is they created a website, a link on their website, and I've linked it here in this presentation for you. And if you open it up, be careful because, I mean, you can, but there's a video that comes up by the superintendent. It's a 4 or 5 minute video. And don't push play because we don't want to do that right now. But if you have a chance after the meeting, check out her video. It's very heartfelt to the community and she explains exactly what's happening. They also were super transparent about the timeline, FAQs. They published the reports that were done by the professional engineers. So they really tried to promote transparency, which anytime you have a really unfortunate situation like this, transparency is one of the best things you can do in a community. just so that everybody's on the same page. So we did want to congratulate them and share that as a model of what others can do to try to be transparent with their communities. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have about 180, 990 waivers that we call them. Happy to answer questions.
Dr. Myers, I have a question. Is there a means by which DOE could maybe put something on their website or something that is really direct for school divisions to just press a button and say, hey, we need help with state resources to, really motivate VDOT or motivate resources to, get to our locality. We need help doing XYZ because I just imagine, looking at the pictures that you all provided in this presentation, there are a lot of things that are going on in the minds of everyone in local government, to include superintendents and just local government in general, around how do we get our community moving, dug out, the floods in Southwest Virginia due to the hurricane. I can't imagine just kind of the overwhelming nature. Is there a means by which we could put some kind of thing on the website rather than having a superintendent have to email somebody who has to chain it out 20 times to 25 different people? Is there something that we can do to quick start that?
Yeah, the superintendent and I actually discussed this, and absolutely. I mean, we collect lots of things from school divisions. Anytime we do something like this, I think it's really important that they see this as something to help them and not as just one more burdensome thing to have to do when you're in the middle of. I mean, I used to work very closely with the county administrator, the sheriff, I worked, we're all working this locality very closely together, but to have some kind of resource to a bigger state, because the county only has so many resources. So to have that connection, I think, is a great idea. Because at the end of the day, everybody I talk to dealing with these weather waivers and hurricane waivers and everything else, that they all want their kids to be back. They want them in school. They don't want them home. Parents don't want them home. They want them in school learning. We all have the same. So any resources that we can coordinate, and I think that's been a big hallmark of Governor Youngkin too so far. What I've seen is that there is this real push to try to coordinate services to help those throughout Virginia. And so, yeah, we can look at doing something like that. I'm hopeful that we're through the worst of this year, but there
Right.
are tornadoes and other things that
Yeah.
happen. And so, yeah.
Thank you.
Good question.
Ms.
Quick.
McPherson,
Just from the time
can
that,
you hit your green button, please? Thank you.
from the time that a waiver application or request is made, approximately how long does it take the divisions, the state to make a decision about approving the waiver?
Well, that can depend, and I'm sorry to give you kind of a wishy-washy answer like that, but I will say it depends, because what happens is some school divisions will send in very specific information and they will have really good evidence, and it's pretty easy to turn that around fairly quickly. You have to remember, this has only happened typically once, twice, maybe 3 times at the most. I can remember one other time before the pandemic. There was a fire in York where the superintendent at that time was dealing with a single school and a single waiver. The last time we've had one in the last several years was due to a school shooting at the end of the year, and there was a waiver asked on that I'm not even sure if they used or not. But so this year was very, very different, and so it took a little longer because you had to make sure you were doing everything with policy. You had to make sure that all the evidence was clear and really good. And sometimes there's some back and forth about the evidence because there's just not quite enough. And you want to really look at every single one and make sure that the superintendent is that the local superintendent and the state superintendent are both making sure everything has been exhausted before you grant these waivers. Because being out of school, we've learned with chronic absenteeism and other
Right.
things, is one of the most detrimental to student learning. And so it's a big decision, but I do think it's been done with care and caution, and these have been really difficult decisions this year. So to answer your question, I think within a couple of weeks, something can be approved with that, but it may take a little longer with some back and forth on that.
Understood.
Ms. Holcomb?
Is there a pending waiver request with respect to the Covington Middle School? I see there's Allegheny mentioned, but I don't know if that's the same.
Yeah, I think that's Allegheny's. I would have to look, Ms. Holton, to know. We have a document that has.
So I understand the difficulty in the Covington situation, and I'm sympathetic to what we're all dealing with aging buildings and difficult environmental conditions. And on the other hand, we do know plenty of school divisions in a lot less than 6 weeks have managed to get kids back up again. You know, the Fox School here in the city of Richmond, students were back in class in, I think, a couple of weeks in an alternate location. In the Damascus, Washington County, some of the hurricane damaged, they had schools back open much quicker than 6 weeks through extraordinary efforts. But I'm just, so Covington Middle School dealing with a difficult situation, but I wonder if there were other options than the remote learning. And in particular, if we are evaluating a waiver request from them, is there any relevance of the law that the General Assembly passed in its wisdom in 2021, even before Governor Youngkin's term started, if I recall correctly, requiring in-person instruction with limited exceptions? And maybe some of those exceptions apply, I don't know, but wouldn't that be something one would want to look at?
Yeah.
Part of the evaluating a waiver request with respect to Covington.
So I wholeheartedly agree with what you just said, because the most important thing is that students are in school. And anything I say is a little like Monday morning quarterbacking right now, right? I lived these positions and I know how tricky it can be. So I want to preface that I was not there, so I can't answer that question exactly. But if you were to ask based on my experience, first of all, I highly doubt they knew it was going to take that much time. And so next thing you know, 1 week turns into 2 weeks. And then at what point you think you're going to get this back and you're going to be able to get kids back in. So finding a large enough place and venue and getting buses and doing all of that, you really need to know you're going to be out for an extended period of time. Otherwise, there's way too much to have to coordinate to do all of that. And my suspicion is that time just kind of multiplied on it. And I also would hesitate for us to compare a small community like this to the city of Richmond, because the city of Richmond has far more resources than, buildings in various places. Now, again, I'm Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't know what happened exactly in that division. And, but I will tell you, in talking to their school board as well as their superintendent, they are passionate about learning, and this was a big thing for them. And they also wanted to highlight that this consolidation made this even more challenging, because there were a lot of people with differing opinions about this whole thing, making this just a super challenging event for this community. So,
well, I appreciate your admonition against Monday morning quarterbacking. You're absolutely right about that. And local superintendents and local school boards have the hardest jobs in the world, absolutely. But I thinking about what our responsibilities are, our meaning both the department and the board. If Covington is not meeting its legal requirements in light of the in-person school requirement, what is the board? I mean, you don't need to answer this today, but we should be thinking about what's the department's responsibility, what's the board's responsibility. And if they are asking for a waiver request, then that's in our court. They may not be asking for a waiver request because they may be counting those remote days as school days, and they may be allowed to under one of the exceptions in the code, the law that but somebody ought to be looking at that. And I don't know whether the board has any responsibility in this area or whether the department has. My guess is if there is a waiver request that applies to Covington, that would be something that the department would want to consider. Not Monday morning quarterbacking, but going forward, and then helping them think about what are their options if summer school or extending the school year, what are their options?
Yeah, so I think that, this is another place where this opportunity for some kind of something on the website to be able to get this information from, the school division to the department to say, hey guys, flag, we need help. This is what we're living under. I'm not excusing what occurred, because as you all know, I had shared some communication around this that was very concerning, that the board was not made aware of this. at the time that this was occurring, because I do agree with you, Ms. Holton, this is a critical situation. You know, I mean, understandably, when roads are washed out, that is a totally different ballgame. When we don't have bridges, and understandably, you know, the consolidation of the two counties, that's another thing, just kind of compacting this issue. I would just, I think one of the things that I would like to know for certain is, what is the communication to the community like there? You know, is that are there effective means that the school division has to communicate with parents, families, to ensure and to assure them that their students are not missing so much work that they are, you know, I'm thinking about eighth graders in middle school going to high school. Are they going to be prepared? Is our responsibilities in adequately preparing students for their future? Are we living up to that? Are we holding them to that standard? Have they told us that they're extending the school year? All of those things, because we can't just say you've not been in school in 6 weeks. How are we addressing making that time up? So yeah, Superintendent Gullickson.
Yes, thank you. I think one of the things that was clear from the Covington Middle School discussion that we had with the superintendent and a few of her governing board members was that there are also some lessons here for others to learn from. And we have a lot of best practices coming out of the pandemic, both in Virginia and nationally, including small learning communities flipping into partnerships with public libraries and other spaces that have great track records where kids were able to get in-person, high-quality learning experiences with students. And from a department's lens, at least from what I've seen on the website on day 6, we have not yet put that information for some of those innovative spaces, how you might approach this. And so we did speak with the superintendent about it might be a great sort of lunch and learn webinar opportunity of, in hindsight, what do we wish we knew? And therefore, from the department's lens, how do we help them think through some of these innovative strategies where it's not road closures and weather related, but it may be one of these unique circumstances, while also trying to prioritize state resources to expedite some of the review and analyses processes. But can we better arm our school divisions with, here's some of the ways to think outside the box on different spaces that may get you into in-person learning quicker, because we have so many illustrations of that from successful school districts and school divisions across the country over the last 5 years. We, as the department, can definitely be better leveraging that and making those resources available.
I just want to iterate that. I mean, I think all of us are saying the same thing, right, in different formats. But in my view, it should be like exceedingly, one more time, exceedingly rare that we would actually allow a waiver at this point in time, given everything, this national experiment none of us wanted to have with COVID, but it should have taught all of us how to transition quickly to virtual. We know that kids don't learn as much online or virtual, but obviously it's better than not doing anything at all. And I would say that part of this discussion about having this extra time baked in, like that should be a requirement. Like it shouldn't be allowed that school districts would not have baked in. I don't know how many days I'm looking at these waivers here. I mean, up to 10 days. I don't know. Like, what's your worst case scenario that could happen in your school district weather-wise? And then build in 2 more days beyond that. Because we all know how important this is, and waivers on top of what we've already all been through is just crazy. So let's figure this out. Let's build it in. Let's not allow them not to build it in anymore, because we can't afford this anymore.
Mr. Rotherham.
Yeah, Madam President, we are all saying the same thing. I too rise to say the same thing. I agree with my colleagues. I really appreciate what the interim superintendent shared about how they're thinking about it. I would urge us also, at the very early days of the pandemic, I was curious about like states that have experienced natural disasters more on the regular. So for example, Florida with hurricane season and some degree of disruption to normal school operations is almost, they don't know quite where it's going to be, but it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in that state. And so I did some stuff with Jeb Bush, who, as it turns out, was like, oh yeah, like we actually know how to do this because this tends to happen every late summer, fall for us. And so I'd also urge us to think about, are there resources nationally, whether that's, the chiefs or NASB, or whether that's getting together with doing peer-to-peer with other states, because as obviously like we're under a wildfire watch, I think today, like the climate is changing and the sorts of things that affect us are changing. It seems like there's probably a fair amount of peer-to-peer learning that we could also do elsewhere. Because I recognize we all want to keep every kids in school. I think it's obviously a shared goal, but there are circumstances that are going to come up, and despite our best efforts, there are going to be disruptions. And it may not be even something weather related, like a gas leak, like we're talking about in Covington. So I just feel like it behooves us to have an urgency about having kids in school, but also be realistic with as many schools as we have around the Commonwealth. This will come up. We're gonna have to be creative and try to be effective.
Ms. McPherson?
Can we also do a little bit of a deep dive into their performance and how it has been and their absenteeism rates so that we can just kind of see where they are? And then when we talk about the resources, under, readiness and things like that, more tutoring being offered, could we just have something at a later meeting that maybe deals with some of those issues so we can see it in perspective?
Yeah, the only thing I want to caution to that is, out of every school division in the state, this will be the hardest to do any kind of longitudinal look, because they're a new school division this year. So you don't have anything to compare to
Historical,
previous
right, I
years.
got
So
you.
it's going to be a little bit challenging with that. There's still some analysis I think you could do, but I just want to point out that would be a little bit challenging. And I also just want to reiterate with them, because I know they're watching. They're online watching us right now. And I do want to say that if they missed, I don't know how many days, but let's just say they missed 6 weeks, comes out to 30 days of school. They did go online, a lot of that with synchronous learning. They also have extended their school day to make a lot of that time up. And so I think in the end, their time out will be as minimal as they could have made it. I really got that sense from them. So it wasn't like, hey, we just missed 30 days. Oh, well, that really has not been their kind of mode of operation at all. So I do want to give a shout out to them, because they've gone through a lot of challenges over the last couple of months, and it is an unfortunate situation. And I really do believe this is a great way for schools to learn, instead of waiting till the accident or tragedy happens to be pre-planning. So I think all your ideas are wonderful, and look forward to our teams trying to help them the best that we can.
Thank you very much, Dr. Myers. Appreciate it. And so now we will move back to item A. Ladies, do we need any transition time or? Okay. All right, we're ready.
Good morning, President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and board members. You have in your packet, or you should have in your packet, a presentation. So I'm going by the PowerPoint presentation right now. You also have a kind of a rollout plan. But what I'm looking at now is the presentation. So good morning again, President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and board members. We are pleased to present with you a status update on the release of the History and Social Science Instructional Guides and Professional Learning Plan for Educators. You know me, Michelle Wallace, Assistant Superintendent of Instruction, and I also have with me today the Director of Humanities, Dr. Angela Bird Wright, and the Coordinator of History and Social Sciences, Ms. Christania Brown. I would also like to give accolades to the VDOE history team members, Andrea Emerson and Brandy McCracken, who have worked behind the scenes to create our instructional guides along with Christania. Finally, I would like to recognize countless educators, Virginia Museum specialists, and many history external partners from across the Commonwealth who have viewed the instructional guides over the last several months and offered and provided insights as to how they could be improved by providing feedback and considerations as we make the history and social science instructional guides the best in class. On to your second slide, you'll see a timeline. And the timeline gives you an idea of the work that has taken place to develop the history and social science instructional guides. As you're aware, the History and Social Science Standards of Learning were adopted by this board in April of 2023. And during the summer through the fall of 2023, the instructional team at VDOE, composed of the 4 different content areas, developed an outline of how all instructional guides would look based on some common components for teachers and then some specifics for each discipline. And they sought feedback and approval provided by agency leadership at that time. From December 2023 through February of 2024, draft instructional guides were created for each course for feedback from agency leadership. Last year, from April to June, the history instructional guides were completed and sent to copy editors in preparation for publication for the field. It was also during this time that the history staff sought feedback from the field and also from external history partners. As you know, Virginia is rich in history, and there are many historical organizations that create resources. So it's very important to get their insights into how their resources are going to align to our standards of learning. And thus the instructional guides are important for them to create their resources as well. So it's kind of a partnership that we have with our external history partners in creating these. During July, the history team developed a rubric that we would use to vet those resources that external partners may be creating, to ensure alignment between their resources and the 2023 board-approved standards. During the fall months, VDOE completed edits to the instructional guides based on feedback from the field and from agency leadership. And in late November into December, we began releasing those instructional guides to the field. We then experienced a pause in the release of guides, and recently the history staff have been working to add linked resources into the instructional guides, which will assist teachers with primary and secondary sources, as well as common resources that teachers will find useful as they implement the new standards. What you see today is only the beginning. After the final release of the history instructional guides in May, the team will spend time with educators in the field and also with external partners to continue adding vetted resources to the documents. Those edits will be communicated through the field, through email, and through our Virginia Education Updates. We anticipate being able to update resources initially in January of 2026 after that first semester of feedback from the field, and then again in July of 2026, and then we anticipate those would be updated annually until new standards are passed. The team today is going to share with you details about how we've engaged with educators and external stakeholders and provide a glimpse into the changes that have taken place to the instructional guides since their first release began in November and early December. And then we'll also provide you with a timeline for future release of the guides. So now I'm going to turn it over to the team members, first to Dr. Bird Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace, and good morning, President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and to our board members. Multiple external partners, so you are now on slide 3. So multiple external partners and division leaders have provided input, feedback, and support on the development of the instructional guides. You can see beginning spring of 24, so between April and June of 2024, regional meetings for history and social science division leaders were held. So over 40 external partners, I repeat that, over 40 external partners were involved, to include the Virginia Association of Museum Educators, as well as multiple cultural groups and the Virginia Social Science Leaders Consortium. In summer of 24, so between July and August of 24, surveys were also provided to teacher leader groups to inform and to support and answer questions about the instructional guides, as well as expectations for implementation. As we move to slide 4, you will also see, beginning spring to present, members of our team serve on the VA 250 Steering Committee, and that's focused on 3 areas: make history come alive, spark a civics renaissance, and celebrating democracy. As you know, established by the General Assembly in 2020, VA 250 serves to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution, the Revolutionary War, and the independence of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia. So through this work, partners of VA 250 have provided our staff with academic resources and support for teachers and for students. These resources will continue to be incorporated into the instructional guides where aligned to the standards of learning. In fall of 24, so beginning on December 3rd, the History and Social Science program provided a webinar to over 350 division leaders, curriculum leaders, and school leaders about the purpose and the appropriate use. So that's the structure, the content, the context, and how to implement the instructional guides with fidelity as well as integrity. At this time, I'm going to turn it now over to Christania Brown, our History and Social Science Coordinator, who will talk about the gradual release of the instructional guides as well as the implementation for professional learning opportunities. Thank you so much.
Good morning,
Good morning.
President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and members of the board. Thank you so much. I am very honored to be able to present this information to you. You should be on slide 5. And on slide 5, you will see the civics and economic instructional guide shown on the left is what was released November of 2024. If you remember, in August 2022, our team discussed with you the dynamic and interactive elements that are now embedded in the enhanced version that you see on the right. The purpose and goal of the instructional guides is to include access to primary and secondary sources, some of my favorite things, and resources that are directly aligned to the standard are major components of the instructional guides. These instructional guides are documents that will continue to grow. That's very exciting for us. And as we update and work with our external partners, such as the museums, where they have the opportunity to link in resources, and an exhibition, Dr. Birdwright talked about VA 250. There are so many museums that have exhibitions for VA 250, and we would love to link that into the instructional guides. So they're digital collections that many museums put their collections online due to COVID. So we now have access to so many primary and secondary sources. This document will serve as a model, a base, a springboard. Our local divisions have to develop their own locally developed curriculum. This is a starting point for them. And as we at the department continue to add in links, we will over-communicate those changes to the field. As the previous curriculum frameworks were in place for almost 24 years, it is imperative to understand that the instructional guides for history and social science basically elevate those curriculum frameworks. Through the skills and practice, bless you. Through the skills and practice, educators have an opportunity to find ways to build reading skills, writing skills, communication skills, critical thinking skills, and stay true to the social studies discipline. As you remember, when we worked on the standards, from kindergarten through government, every standard starts with the student will use history and social science skills to get into the content. The instructional guides are not interdisciplinary documents or curriculum, but they do support the autonomy of the local school division to develop and continuously build their local curriculum. As we've kind of discussed earlier, the instructional guides will be interactive. This is probably one of my favorite parts about it, as each locality develops their own local curriculum. Through professional learning opportunities and professional development, they will be able to interact with one another and share resources and lessons. And because we have this as a model, they can link it into their own locally developed curriculum. Through these conversations and interactions, educators will be able to, again, share lessons, resources, assessments, and anything to consider that is aligned to the standard. That type of networking and collegiality is something that we're really trying to help build, not only within a school, not only within a division, across the region and across the Commonwealth. In each instance, the instructional guides will also support the goals set forth by other divisions, offices, and programs within the Department of Ed. For example, those schools that are working with the Office of School Quality, one of the first documents that the office asks for, let us see your local curriculum. So they have it. They have this base. They can add in what they need to fit the needs of their students, their teachers, their communities. It's really great, for example, EL students. They can add in, look at this document, how can we best support our EL learners, special education, advanced learners. If you would please move to slide 6. The slide that everyone's been waiting for. Excuse me. So this is how we're going to release the interactive instructional guides. The first 4, I'm not going to read it to you, but I will describe for you. The first 4, you'll see an asterisk there. That asterisk denotes that those guides are already online, but they're not linked as of yet. So they will be the first 4 that we re-release with links. Excuse me. Starting April 21st, you'll see that we'll have kindergarten, grade 1, and world geography. What we tried to do with the schedule is to balance it between secondary and elementary. This will go from basically April 7th through May 12th. All of our linked instructional guides will be online, available for our teachers, schools, communities. So to further support the implementation of the 2023 History and Social Science Standards of Learning, professional learning sessions will take place in person and virtually. It makes it easier virtually, but it's a deeper conversation when we're in person. So we will try to do as many of those as we possibly can to really sit with teachers to help them understand, because they're all looking for what's familiar. That 24-year-old curriculum framework, that's familiar. So what we'd like to do is to help them understand the instructional guides and how it has elevated the curriculum framework. So we want to help them understand the guides, navigate the changes of the content and the expectations. They're With the standards that you all adopted in 2023, there were some changes in expectations. We need to make sure that our teachers understand those changes. Additional professional learning will take place starting fall of 2025 and go through the winter of 2025, possibly on through the winter of 2026, with sessions to focus on inquiry-based learning practices, scaffolding and questioning, reading for investigation, writing arguments, having that evidence to support a claim, and checking for understanding. Those are the big buckets that our professional learning will fall in. So at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Wallace for any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We appreciate you guys being here.
So you also
you
should
wanna go?
have a copy linked in of the sample civics instructional guide. I have a printed copy if anybody needs that. I just have one printed copy because they are rather long. They are best used electronically, one to interact, but also as Christina described, so that school divisions can download them and integrate them into their own curriculum and local resources. A lot of our divisions put things now in Google or on their own platforms. And so it's really great to have resources in a Word format so that they can interact with them easier.
Are there any questions off the bat here? Ms. Holton?
Well, first, just a thank you, Ms. Brown, Dr. Wallace, and your staff for the good hard work you've done on this over many years now. And I know that I'm delighted, not surprised, but delighted to see that you've done such inclusive work, including the social studies coordinators and our museum partners. Secretary Gadara and I had both were at the gala at the Museum of History and Culture this weekend, and they made an announcement about all the work they're doing to put out more civics materials for you all and our schools to be using. And it's fun to see that happening all across the Commonwealth. And I know y'all are working hard with those partners, which is great. Just understanding where we are, you know, there's a number of letters in our public comment folder, folks concerned about the timing that these standards aren't already, that these guides aren't already out, and how that will affect their ability to implement next year. And I understand that's why you're putting in all this information about timing. But I want to just understand, the guides were all written, and I don't mean to be backward looking, but just to understand where we are now. The guides have been completed for several months now. All you're doing at this point is adding in the links to resources. Is that accurate?
That's correct. The links that are aligned. So we're trying to focus on primary and secondary sources. We don't really want to right now, until we meet with our external partners, get into lessons and things like that. But we want to, for example, in civics and economics is a great course to start with, because we have the National Archives, we have the Library of Virginia and the Library of Congress. And we can, when we're asking teachers to teach students American constitutional government, they need to have those founding documents that led to the development of the Constitution. So we want to make sure that they have access to it. If we're asking in the skills and practice, we're asking teachers to reference text from these documents, we don't want them to have to go and find. So it's there. So right now, that's our focus with primary and secondary sources. Once we get into meeting with our external partners, such as the museums, they have over the years, especially due to COVID, they have put together so many great materials that are germane to their collections. We want to make sure that they are aligned in the standards before we link them in.
So those aren't linked in yet.
Those are not linked in yet.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So far it's just the primary and secondary, the
Yes.
primary sources really.
Yes.
But just so I understand, the guides that were written and done according to this timeline that we were shown, done back in November and December, and a number of us on the board have been sent copies of draft guides. You're not rewriting those guides at all. There's no language changes. The only change at this point is you're adding in links.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if folks are concerned about the timing delay, the content of the guides isn't changing. It's only the links that are getting added. Now, is there a version, back in November, December, did you have versions of these documents with links, or is that, yeah,
No, we've recently, just given nod to back in August of 2022, when the standards were initially kind of, the board was looking at how the standards would be written and what would be included in them. And then also with, discussions of the board at the time of the approval of the standards. We've kind of gone back to that thought process that we would include those primary and secondary resources to make it easier for teachers to access those resources. Particularly some of our school divisions that have high turnover in teachers. This makes it very
Right.
easy for teachers to just access.
so that was the original plan back in August of 22. The plan you were operating under in November, December of this year did not include links, and now you've reverted back to the plan to include links.
Yes.
Okay, so, but there's no rewriting of the guides. And in that reference, I have a question that may be more aptly, and maybe the Superintendent Gullickson is the better one to address, but I'll leave it up to you all. But the prior superintendent made reference in a public statement 3 or 4 weeks ago. A department was put out a statement about the guides were being not released because of an additional review in light of federal executive to ensure compliance with federal executive action. And Superintendent Gullickson knows she and I've had correspondence where I raised first with Dr. Coons and then with Superintendent Gullickson concerns about that language because, as I think we all know, the federal law is very clear that the U.S. Department of Education and federal entities have no legal role in the content of what is taught in our schools. And this is all about the content of what is taught in our schools. And it's my understanding that the guides are merely implementing the standards that this board adopted. So that language was a red flag to me. I'm concerned about what does federal executive action have to do with our guides or our standards, and the right answer should be nothing. And so I asked Superintendent Gullickson if she can help us understand what, if anything, is I ask now, what, if anything, is changing about the guides because of a review, or what does federal executive action have anything to do with these guides, and what impact is that having on the work that the staff is doing?
Sure, thank you. So first, I want to give a nod to what an exemplary job the board did. I was not yet in Virginia, and so we truly have some of the best in class history standards in the country, and you all set guiding principles forth that clearly have been a focal point around the country, both with the VA 250, the convening that's happening right now with other states from around the country, convening and talking about civics resources. Our work of the department's team is being spotlighted. I was getting a lot of grief. Why is the team not here? I said, because they're educating our Board of Education. And so we'll be getting them all of those resources. And that to be said, there is one federal executive action that occurred on January 29th that has a large focal point on teaching history. It talks about the importance of the 250th anniversary. It talks about a lot of the work that, frankly, Virginia has been the leader on for almost 2 years now, and that other states are coming to, calling, trying to learn from. And we wanted to make sure that there was alignment with the clarity that really matches up well with the Virginia's guiding principles, which is nonpartisan, factual resources, and the true telling of history, which is what this team has really prided itself on. And we wanted to triple check the resource links that you heard from Christania and the team of making sure that they are primary and secondary sources that really help guide our educators around sticking to the facts of history. So no standards or instructional guide language has changed, solely adding links. As a former history teacher, that is absolutely critical. I was teaching in the early days of Google, and that was not very timely or productive. And so wanting to make sure that those were high quality links and very accessible to our teachers in the field.
Ms. Holton.
So I'm familiar with that presidential executive order you've referenced. I'm satisfied that the standards that we adopted absolutely embrace the role of educating our students on a patriotic education, as they should. That's a role of public education. I'm also quite clear that that executive order has no legal impact on it should have no impact on our guides, because our guides are interpreting our standards. And as a subsequent federal action put out, the FAQs that the Department of Ed put out specifically about that order specifically clarified that federal executive action has nothing to do with the curriculum or content that is taught in our schools. So in light of that, my question would be, is there anything about federal executive action that is influencing the choice of the links that we are using now?
Member Holton, no.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
I would personally like to say thank you so much to this team, because we did one of the very first things that when Superintendent Gullickson was appointed to serve in this capacity, jumped immediately into this to right the ship and to execute fully and completely the will of this board that was clearly communicated in April of 23 and beyond, that these resources or these instructional guides should be dynamic, should be resourced well with those primary resources and secondary resources. We have no place to write curriculum for the local school divisions. That is something that the local school divisions have the autonomy to do. There's nothing to say that we couldn't provide, here are some exemplar ideas but that is not the primary responsibility of the department. We've got to get our primary responsibilities out of the way before we take on any secondary peripheral type work that could, yes, be useful for many local school divisions. That is not an argument that I'm fighting here. My statement is just to say that these resources need to be there. These instructional guides are and will continue to be specific to one content area, because that's what the field expects. Having served as a civics and U.S. history and government teacher for the time that I did, these resources would, it definitely is going to cut down on the time that teachers have to spend digging and sifting through, determining what's factual, what's not factual, because there is a lot out there on the internet. And having a source that is credible at the department to provide those resources is just so deeply meaningful to the field. And I hope we'll think about this for other content areas as we move forward. That would be my desire. So anything from anyone else? Dr. Northern.
I just echo just the usefulness of having links and well-vetted links. And the whole nation has been working on civics education for the last 5 years. And so we have just an abundance of information, like it's just the land of milk and honey here, right? With resources. So I appreciate that you guys are taking your time and looking through them and being very conscious about which things are linked to as a resource, because it's just an embarrassment of riches, which is very nice. And there are so many award-winning organizations that have been given all of these accolades for the things that they've pulled together. The only thing that I would just put on as another option as we roll out this PD and work with teachers, there are multiple ways that we can organize how we deliver this amazing instruction, right? And one way is just to lead with some of these primary and secondary sources that you guys have already linked to. So I would just encourage us as we dig in and roll up our sleeves with teachers and offer all these PDs sessions, that we also just think about how we can use and really center these primary and secondary sources that we're linking to.
Further comments? Mr. Rotherham?
I want to say as well, this is great work. Some of the early versions, I think they were very utilitarian. They helped people understand a crosswalk between the previous standards and the new standards, but they didn't provide these resources. And we need to make sure we're supporting all our teachers, not just the ones who are going to be power users, because they've been doing this for a long time. We need our younger teachers and our newer teachers. And so I think that this is great. I just want two things that my colleague, Dr. Northern, just said that I want to underscore. One is I think well vetted. I don't think we can, I'm not going to say it as many times as she said her word earlier, but like, I don't think we can underscore that enough. Like there are lots of resources out there on the internet. The line between embarrassment of riches and just plain old embarrassment is a real one. And I think it really is going to be important. In my experience, like the stuff like that Dr. Holden was talking about, Ms. Holden was talking about gets the headlines, but like this is not a problem of whitewashing or woke washing. It's a problem of quality. And we took a huge step forward in quality with our standards, and we need to make sure we continue that because, as Mark Twain teaches us, like, misinformation will be halfway around the world before, while accurate information is still putting its shoes on. And it is just, and so I just cannot enough, especially at a time like this when everything is hopped up. And I think we've seen examples of that, not just nationally, but here in the Commonwealth, of resources that weren't well vetted, created confusion, got people spun up. And so much work has gone into this. These really are, when I'm with colleagues around the country, people who take the time to read them are like that. These standards are excellent. There's a few of us who are still, 4 of us, who are still on the board from the time we did that. And it was a long, challenging process, but we came up with a great product. And I think that is the best way we can continue to honor that. So I just want to underscore just how important that is, and how I just think we have much less a problem of ideology in general than we have a problem of just bad information and sloppiness that then gets weaponized in these political contexts. And so I would just urge you, we can't say well vetted, and be careful enough. And I really like the new model, though. I think it's going to support teachers. It's a step forward. We are overdue on this, but I think hopefully we will get some grace, because although we're overdue, what we're delivering is going to be valuable and useful. So thank you.
Other comments, Ms. McPherson?
Question, I wanted to thank the staff also for the hard work that went into this, but the question, what type of feedback will we get after you do the rollout from May 25 through the fall of 25? You planning to bring back, different reports to us regarding what your findings were, whatever criticisms might be still lingering as a result of the material? I'd be interested in knowing our updates on that.
Happy to provide an update at a later date of what that feedback is. We're anticipating that as teachers, that as we're working with teachers through professional development, we typically do a survey at the end of those sessions to see, what is it that was beneficial and what is it that they still need? And then how can we improve? And so we did that over, last summer when we worked with educator groups as well as with our external stakeholders. And that went into informing some of the questions that you might see under the skills and practices or the content that went in like underneath the standards to help teachers understand what they are. So some of that was already worked in. So we're anticipating that they're going to love that the resources are right there at their hands, but we're happy to provide an update at a later date.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Superintendent Gullickson.
President Creasy, members of the board, really quickly, we were on with some of the principals association members and VAS and all of the superintendents just yesterday. And one of the items that's very critical under the department moving forward is making sure that we have those very clear feedback loops, not just for history, but also for math, ELA, the VLA, and science and computer science. And so we definitely have emphasized that, and we'll be continuing to update the board, including at our next meeting in May, about feedback we're receiving over the next few months so that you can be better informed on what's working really well, what they want more of, and where there are areas for improvement. Ms. Kilgore?
As probably the person who's most recently left the trenches in the classroom, I want to thank, you can tell that you're not just doing a job, but you're very passionate about what you're doing. You're very excited about what you're doing, and that trickles down on down. And thank you for all you're doing. And on behalf of all classroom teachers who, whether it's history or whatever, but for you all, the history one, we just appreciate all your hard work and, researching, making sure it's valid, making sure the links work, all that helps so much. And I think your enthusiasm will trickle down to their enthusiasm and on to our students. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I will say the team is amazing. So they're a hardworking team. They have gone with many changes over the time. So they're very enthusiastic about the work and they love working with teachers.
I will just say one piece of feedback that I think we need to make sure that we're communicating too is I think these guides are going to be really helpful to parents at home. And so ensuring that parents know that these are available is something that I think is going to be helpful to them as well. Because everybody's pulling their hair out at, 30 minutes before bedtime over some kind of major situation. But now we've got to find the right link to, the Declaration of Independence or something like that. So I think we just need to make sure that we're not only sharing this with the field in terms of our teachers and administrators and curriculum directors, but that we're also embracing these for the purposes of, extra supports for parents and families at home too. So
What a great idea. I remember those nights.
I just had one not long ago. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's fresh in my mind this week. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yes. Is there anything else here? Now my child's embarrassed. She's not watching, so it's fine.
We appreciate the board's support and Superintendent Gullickson's support. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. We
you.
we just are so thankful for your leadership and your expertise as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are moving to item B. Good morning. Do you need a couple of minutes to set up or are you good? Okay, if we could take a 5-minute break, please. Thank you. And we are here with Dr. Cizik. Did I say it right?
Yes, you did. Thank
Oh, good. And on to the presentation about setting performance standards. And so, Dr. Cizik, without further ado, please proceed. We're
Thank you.
excited. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for being with us today.
Thank you, President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, all members of the board. Gosh, it's an honor to be here. And it's been stressful being here because on short notice, I'm filling in for a colleague I really respect, Dr. Chris Domaleski, who I know has addressed you before. So I'm in his shadow and I'll hope to do as well as I can. But thanks for the invitation to provide additional information on a really important, the setting of standards is like a critical aspect, probably the most visible in this whole process. You've done a good job setting content standards, and now it's the performance standards that we're talking about on a new generation of Virginia assessments. So you have my slides. I'll try and walk you through this. The first slide says some background. It's actually numbered, slide number 2. It looks like a long brag sheet of my accomplishments, but it's not. I'll tell you what it is. So first of all, the first one says I spent 5 years as an elementary school teacher. So I kind of know a little bit about what happens in classrooms, not so much today as 20-some years ago or 30-some years ago, but I did live in classrooms. And so I have I think a grasp of what educators face. And I have a little bit of a grasp of what you face. I was on a local board of education. God bless you for doing this. I got to tell you, it was, in my case, essentially non-compensated, and it was on your mind all the time. You go to bed and you're thinking about this stuff. So it's service out of your hide that I think not enough people really acknowledge, and thank you for doing it. I got a PhD in educational measurement, blah, blah, blah. Recently separated from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Separated not for cause. I mean, it was like I decided to leave the teaching profession after about 30 years. I've been a member of the National Assessment Governing Board, so I know a little bit about NAEP. I served as the chair of their Committee on Standards, Design, and Methodology, so I know how they set standards and that kind of thing. I've been the president of my professional association, the National Council on Measurement and Education, and perhaps most importantly, I am your servant. The last bullet, I'm a member of, you have a technical advisory committee for assessment, and our job, I look at it as a service profession, literally. Like, you want to accomplish something, it's our job to help you accomplish it in the most accurate, defensible, technically appropriate way, and to get your job done. So we all serve you, okay? And then pictures of my books on standard setting. Please purchase them in hardcover. They're a little better royalty. And now just a quick review of things I know that you've heard about in previous board meetings that Chris has presented, or that you've encountered in other contexts. But basic vocabulary. You have content standards. These are just a set of statements that say this is what students should be taught in certain grades and subjects. Essentially, is what content standards are. You have performance standards. These are the levels that we expect people to achieve in order to be classified into some category. Those categories we call performance levels. I'm zipping through this slide deck. I'm sorry. I hope I'll try and pay attention to numbers. I'm on 7 now. Performance levels. These are just these short little labels. And I think you use below basic, basic, proficient, advanced. They're labels that describe those categories. And then there's elaborated descriptions. We call them performance level descriptors. These are sort of longer, much longer descriptions of what it means to be in a category. I believe you've got distributed, certainly you probably have it as an electronic version, but for our purposes today, where we'll be doing a little bit of an activity, you have a paper copy as well. So you can see that these columns below basics.
Excuse me, I don't have a paper copy of anything.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You'll have them. I'll just give you, thank you.
Good. And so if you look down, there's like 4 columns, and each of the columns describe what a student would be doing at that level, what their performance would look like at that level. And we'll come back to those in just a few moments. Okay, the next slide 9, is a sort of a definition of standard setting. And basically, if you think about standard setting, what this definition here means is that we have in our minds an idea of what it means to be proficient or what it means to be advanced. But we have to translate that concept in our minds into a number on a score scale. And you got to take what this means and say, well, that means how many should they get right, basically. So there are a lot of procedures for doing that. And that's been some of my work over the years, is developing and evaluating such procedures. Okay. Slide 10 is the outline for really the rest of the presentation. It talks about 5 key steps in doing standard setting. There's preparation, panel selection, orientation, training, an actual meeting where people get together to do the work, and then there's documentation, evaluation, and review. All right. So preparation. I believe some of this has already been presented, so I'll go quickly. But please, stop me at any point and ask for additional information. I'm happy to be interrupted in any way. So preparation for the actual standard setting event is well underway. All kinds of things have to happen. Some of the things that are happening are, and have happened, is to identify an appropriate method. There's, like I said, a number of different procedures that one could use. So a method called the item descriptor matching method has been chosen as appropriate. Those procedures are being fine-tuned right now. The plans have been reviewed with your technical advisory committee. We've seen several iterations of it. We've given comments, and there's been responsive actions taken based on our input. Identifying and recruiting participants is ongoing now, I believe. So getting the best people you can to make these decisions is really a critical element. Materials and resources are being prepared, and then there's all kinds of logistical stuff that can really make or break a standard setting. You have to have a venue that's accommodating to people so they can have the kinds of discussions that they need to have as part of this. And okay, slide 12, panel selection. So in order for the results of standard setting to be credible, you really have to have well-qualified people doing the work. Okay, so there's a real effort ongoing right now to recruit people who are educator experts, who know the subject matter, reading, math, science. They know it very well. They're familiar with not just the content of the discipline at the grade level, but the standards, the content standards that we just talked about, but also what students are like. What are reasonable expectations for students? How can we challenge them? What are their developmental characteristics at a grade? All kinds of things. So you want people who really are expert educators involved, and have had experience with Virginia's students. And not just students generally, but the diversity of students that exist. You want people who've had experience with English learners. You want people who've had experience with students with special needs. You want people who have broadly representative of the Commonwealth. Okay. There's a bit of a typo here, or maybe it was a thinko on my part. The last bullet says VWE has established targets for representation. I don't think that's quite accurate. They will establish targets. I just am not privy to the finalized versions yet, because I think there's still things in play to figure out what should the final targets be. But if you were to imagine a sort of table, it would have in the left-hand column, it would say, how many male participants we want to have, how many female participants. So maybe it's like 55 female percentage, 45 male percentage in the whole panel. And you establish those as targets, so the people after the fact can then look at those percentages and go, well, they said they wanted 55% female, but they only got 52, and you can sort of go down each of those columns, the strata, the demographic strata, and you can say, how well did they meet their targets? So That's sort of critical information at that last stage for evaluating the process. So targets are being established for representation, percentages of expert educators, education leaders, higher ed reps, business, all kinds of stratum, and I'll get to a little bit more of that on the next slide. But this is not just something you pull out of the air. Like, what percentage do you think we should have? There's work going on right now to identify what are other states' practices, what are considered best practices for how many EL teachers should be involved, for example. What's the right percentages for this and that, as well as the NAEP has pretty well established percentages for categories when they do a standard setting panel. Slide 13 is more information on that. The specific demographic categories and appropriate percentages are being finalized. Target percentages will be established for each stratum, and the strata typically include what you might expect: sex, ethnicity, years of experience. Okay, you can read that. Yes.
Would you prefer us to save questions to the end or
No,
interrupt as we go?
Now it's good.
Madam President, sorry. This slide 13 does suggest, strata such as sex, ethnicity, et cetera. Why is it important that we have that kind of demographic diversity on these panels?
Well, the performance standards will apply to all students, and you want representation on the panel of people who have experience with all students. So if and I'll take a crazy example, but in many states there are geographic regions or division types, right? And if you put a panel together of all persons who came from, like, say, your key urban districts, I'm not sure what those might be, Virginia Beach, Richmond. I'm out of Virginia geography now, sorry. But if you put a lot of people would say, wait a minute, there were no folks from urban or suburban districts like ours. There's no folks from districts. We serve a highly rural population, yet none of our teachers involved. There'd be a lot of pushback against those standards. People say that you didn't represent us in that. So I imagine, just like you went through when you approved the standards we just talked about, civics and economics or something, you want a diverse representation of input on that. And that's the same thing you want in your demographic characteristics on a standard setting panel. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and if I may, a follow-up question. So yeah, that does help. So it helps with the credibility of the final outcome to have diversity, geographic, ethnic, all of those factors on your standard setting committee. Will we at some point see the targets and the how well you referenced folks being able to see both the targets and how well we met those targets at some point as part of this public process?
I think there'll be 2 points, and I'll defer to any staff that will be able to tell you precisely when that second column of the table, the target percentages will be available. And then you, at a second time point, when that process has been completed, there will be a technical report that's delivered that has that table with the final column filled in. How many did we get? So yes, you will have that at your disposal at 2 different junctures.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam President, thank you. Yeah, which is why we're pausing on this. I think diversity is important. Diverse groups tend to be able to check each other and all that. I mean, that's well established. I actually think we've had a problem of diversity, however, in how we've approached this over the years. So something I'm really excited about is higher education representatives, folks like that. Because what you often you'll hear high school teachers say, by the time I get these kids, they're not prepared, right? And they're not having a conversation with middle school and elementary school about what the standards are. You hear college professors be like, the students can't do the work. They can't do what I need them to be able to do in this class. And it's like, well, why don't they talk to each other? Well, there aren't opportunities. This process is actually the opportunity to articulate that and talk about that. So I just think that viewpoint diversity and getting those people from different points in the system is really essential to getting to a good product, and traditionally and these people matter a great deal, but traditionally we've limited it more to grade level teachers, grade level content, instructional specialists. And so for all the talk about diversity, there's actually an insularity in how people are going to approach that and how they're going to think about that. So something I'm just extremely excited about, and I think will be a big step forward, is just a broader conversation about what do kids need to know and be able to do at different points to be successful at that next point. And that sort of more vertical alignment, I think, is really important for students, because otherwise they're flying a little bit blind. They're not, and any of us who have taught at the state universities, you'll talk to students, they get there and they're like, I didn't know what I'm not prepared for these expectations. And these may have been students who were regarded as being very high performing previously. So I just want to like just double click on that, because I think it's an enormous opportunity for us, and to think about diversity in a broader frame that will really benefit students.
So
Miss-
I would say everyone in my field really respects that point. For example, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, I believe their percentages are roughly 70 and 30. That's the first cut they do. 70% educators familiar with students at the grade level, but 30% non-educator experts. I mean, these are people from business and industry, like you just said, people from higher ed, other people coming in who say, these are our expectations. And the second part is sort of baked into our process, which I don't think I have a slide on that, but the different grade levels will talk to each other. There's a point called articulation, which is, I think, a term you even might have just used, a vertical something or other, and horizontal as well, so that people at one grade were able to say, you know, your standard seems like it's a little out of, you know, with where we're trying to get to, and students at this really need to know that. And there'll be these talks among panelists. Discussion is a huge part of this process, so that there's clarity of expectation across grade levels. That's really integral to the process. I hope that's helpful.
Ms. McPherson?
Yeah, I think I'm jumping the gun a little bit because it's coming up on the next slides, but I did want to say that what's going to be really, really critical in the process is the selection of the panel. And I think that would be helpful to the board that somewhere in that process, we kind of get an idea of how many people have been selected and where they're from, so that if we believe that there's deficiencies, especially for people that can deal with issues such as diversity and economic impact issues from communities that need to be represented this time, because a clear example is in the area of history. So many people just don't know history as it impacts diverse communities. And we're going to have to dig deep. A lot of people that are content oriented or content so-called experts are really not as learned sometimes as we think they might be. And so we're going to have to really dig deep into professionals that know where we have made mistakes in history, and that can talk about those types of issues that come from the community that are not often heard. So I'm just, as you go through panel selection, I just want us to be mindful that at some point, the board may have to use all of its manpower to try to help staff and the superintendent to really look for those resources in the community that can make a difference. And they're not always the people that get selected for everything.
Yeah, if I can throw out some numbers so that you have a sense of the scale of this, I think there's gonna be upwards of 200 and some people involved. I think each of the grade subject, now we're just talking about like fourth grade math, will have probably 12 or so, maybe up to 15 persons on there, so that the bigger that group is, it's advantageous, because then you can get better depth and diversity of perspective. Short of individual interviews, like actually interviewing a person who wants, and that which would, I think, be time prohibitive. But there will be screening along the lines of, there will be, in most instances, one of the stratum that is used as years of experience in education. So you'll have people who are just in their first 5 years. And that's a different perspective than someone who's been, as you alluded to, around for 30 years and has seen evolution in the content that's being taught at that grade level. So I would be surprised if years of experience was not, made the cut as a demographic stratum. Again, at some point, I think you're going to be provided with that information early on so that you can see how the panel selection is going.
Madam President, and this may be beyond what you're in the loop on, but we were told at the February meeting, and I know we've had change of leadership, so it may be the information needs to be updated, but as I understand it, we were told that we would be sent the application link, that teachers and others were being invited to participate in these panels so that we could help spread the word and get it out there. I think that the schedule that was shared with us in February, I thought that was going to come out in mid-March with a end of March response date. So that the application process was supposed to be over by the end of March. And I'm guessing that we've had to make some changes, alterations to that schedule. And I don't know whether the department is ready to update it, but I hope that it's the case that we are still going to be sent the application link when it is made available so that we can help spread the word.
Superintendent Gullickson.
President Creasy, Member Holton, yes, that's the plan. We've been looking at the application. We wanted to account for those additional participants that we're seeking outside of the traditional education sector. And so the team was working on finalizing those external parties so that they're not excluded or prohibited when they're coming from higher ed, business, parent groups. And so we will get those links out as soon as possible. I am the holdup, so that's a project for later today. They sent me both of the final drafts.
Very good, thank you. Slide 14 talks about orientation and training. The way I understand the process is that an initial orientation will take place for non-educators who might not be as daily immersed in content standards and life in classrooms and all the kinds of things that the educator experts will have some familiarity with. So there'll be an orientation for them, and they'll just find out about content standards, the process, their role as a panelist, and then how to prepare for the actual meeting. Slide 15, a little bit more on orientation and training. A training then will happen in common for everyone to get everybody on the same page. People assigned to these groups, as I indicated previously, probably about 12 participants in each grade subject level group. They'll review the performance level descriptors. That's the document that was distributed just a moment ago. And then they'll receive some instruction on how to do this method, the item descriptor matching method. That is their training. Okay. Slide 16 is actually about the task itself. How do you do this item descriptor matching method? Well, you've got descriptions of 4 categories: below basic, basic, proficient, advanced. The task of panelists is going to be to look at questions from the grade and subject level and to say for each question, which descriptor is this a best match to? Like, is this question something that's really, I'm going to speak a little bit loose here, but is this question really not terribly complex? It's sort of the entry level of some standards. So it's really, we'd expect students at a basic level to answer this question. Or does this question really match better the language in the advanced level? So you're asking people to do something really complicated in this question. So I'm going to match it to a different level. And we're actually going to do that task in just a second, or a part of it. One of the important things here is the bullet number 3, where it says they're going to discuss their judgments and refine their ratings over 3 different rounds. We call them rounds. They're iterations where people will make a judgment, then they'll be presented with some information, and then they'll have opportunities to revise their judgments. I've done this kind of thing before, and the facilitating is really a critical element here. If I were facilitating us, let's say we were a standard setting panel, and one person in the group said, "Oh, this is a below basic level item," and everyone else said, "No, this is advanced." We'd call that person out and we'd say, you call in a friendly way, okay, right? You establish a lot of rapport among the group, but you say, okay, pretty much all your colleagues said advanced and you said below basic. Can you talk about why you said below basic? And maybe somebody who labeled it as advanced, could you tell us why you said it was advanced? And because people feel collegial in that situation, one person will say, well, you know what? That's just not in our curriculum. We don't, I wouldn't expect any of my students to really, this is, okay. And another person will say, yes, but this is, and there'll be this excellent discussion that happens. And oftentimes, either someone will go this direction or someone will go that direction, or the whole group will go, you know what, really, it seems like this is proficient. It seems like it's kind of on the borderline of two different things. So that's probably the most important reason to do this massive effort of bringing in hundreds of people to a venue and getting them face to face so that they can have these kinds of conversations. I mean, I think that was a point the previous folks just made too. You don't want to do this virtually. You want to get people together to have these professional conversations. They're so important. So then people examine the results across the grade levels. This is in response to board member Rotherham. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't. My vision is just pathetic. This is that sort of articulation. People get a chance across grades and to make adjustments, to talk to each other about what their expectations are. Okay, so here's the meat, the guts, the inside the box of this item descriptor matching method. On slide 17, it says for each item, they answer a question like this. And actually, I believe this is as close as I can get to the final wording of the final wording is always, you know, tweaked just a little bit, but this is, I believe, the final wording of the question they're going to be using. Which performance level descriptor most closely matches the knowledge and skills required to successfully respond to this item? Right? Which descriptor most closely matches the knowledge and skills required to successfully respond to this item? The red is just a little cute way I had of highlighting. It's called the item descriptor matching method, right? So this definition sort of just highlights what's going on. Okay. So now we're gonna do it. Literally, I'll ask you to do it. First, people will become familiar with the PLDs. Now, I've sort of given this short shrift, but a large part of that first training is like getting deep into the document you have in front of you, okay? Really understanding what these performance level descriptions say and knowing the difference between what is proficient and what is advanced performance and so forth. Okay, so they become familiar. I know you haven't had time to get thoroughly familiar with these, but let's pretend we have. Okay. There's the draft that you have, okay?
This is slide 19.
Yes, I apologize. Slide 19 is just a clip of a portion of it, not the whole thing. Slide 20 says, if you just would even look at that first page, you should notice how the expectations, the complexity of the PLDs, the language there increases as you read across the page. Let's see here. And I'm looking under estimation, and for below basic, it says compare fractions, decimals, percents written in scientific notation. You move across, identify examples of subsets of the real number system. Reading further, classify numbers belonging to the subsets of the real number system. And finally, justify the order and placement of real numbers on a number line, including positive and negative square roots of values up to 400. You can kind of get a sense. Did Leslie Muldoon talk about this at all? How the things progress in complexity and in demand and in challenge as you read across this page. Okay. So the columns represent what a student in a category would do. The reading across the page illustrates the increase in challenge as you're categorized into a below basic, proficient, or advanced level. Okay. All right. So I've never done this. It's the first time I'm doing this activity. I hope this works. I tried to figure out something that would. I'm going to ask you to answer this question. which performance level descriptor most clearly matches the knowledge and skills required to answer this item correctly? Okay, so here's an item. This is non-secure, so we're not showing you it. That is an actual test item. It's just not one that's going to be on an upcoming form. So it directs the student to look at these angles and then asks them this question: which two angles are complementary? Now I had to go back and review this because I don't remember what I thought it was like, oh, that's a nice looking angle. No, it means they sum to 90 degrees. Okay. So which two angles are complementary? And I think what?
Think I can do this. I just said immediately when I saw math.
Well, no, you can do it. You can do it.
I thought complementary meant sum to 180, so I got it wrong. I got it wrong.
All right, take the calculators out. Go ahead. Flipping back just a few slides, not literally, but thinking back a few slides, you can see how important it is to have really expert educators at a grade level who deeply know mathematics, because you can't have the 8th grade teacher go, I'm not really sure what a complementary angle is, right? They have to really know their subject matter and probably have to know what the kids came in with from 7th grade and what they're going to be needing in 9th grade. Okay. So you've got a bunch of expert folks who don't blanch at all at this, right? They go, the answer is C, it's P and Q. Okay. All right. Now, my question is, let's use the PLD document, which you have in front of you. And this, I'll just have to be quiet for a minute because you're going to have to flip around and find this. Use the PLD document. I'm on slide 23 to identify which performance level descriptor most closely matches what we're asking kids to do in that question. Okay. So I'm just going to step aside and there'll be a musical interlude. Oh, and I won't call anyone out for an answer.
Oh, go for it.
You see what?
I see where it discusses.
Okay, good. Warmer.
So I would say that would be a fail basic because it's just describing it or recognizing it and determining it.
Yeah, I agree, fail basic. But I think that the answer is pretty explicit it is embedded in the performance level descriptor, which says you're at fail basic. If a student knows enough to know how to recognize complementary angles, then they are fail basic. But they are not fail proficient.
What page in the document?
Page 3 of the
You
handout.
know, page 3?
Yeah.
And you're in the fail basic column? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Whereas the past proficient would mean you have to know a lot more about angles than just
all right.
recognize.
Well, here's an example on slide, what would that be? 24. On 24, off to the side, it says from page 3 of the math PLDs, complementary angles are addressed at this basic level. And a hypothetical panelist might have circled that one or recorded it somehow because they think it best matches that. The performance level descriptor says students will just have to recognize and determine vertical, adjacent, supplementary, and complementary angles. That's what they have to do at that level. Okay. Now, as you might imagine, people won't agree on this. I tried to pick one that I thought was straightforward enough, but there'll be some hard calls where people won't always agree. And we'll come back to what we do when people don't always agree. And so one more, just for practice. Another non-secure item, angles C and D are supplementary. The measure of D is 72. What's the measure of C?
I have no idea what the term. Oh, you think text? We would fail 8th grade. We would fail 8th grade NAEP at the moment.
When you're finished, put your pencils down and just do silent reading.
And so our question is not what's the right answer, but what level performance.
Yes, yes. Let's see, right answer. It might be 108.
So I'll jump that I think that this one likewise is on page 3 of the handout,
Okay,
and that it's under the past proficient measure, describing and using angle relationships, determining the measure of unknown angles. So this is a
so
unknown angle. Because I
just to
think
department staff, I think she's 2 for 2 and we have a panelist. No,
But my answer would be that I really think that, so how were these panel, the proficient level descriptors, the PLDs, who wrote them and how? Because the answers are embedded in there.
the answers for these were sort of embedded in there.
Okay. Some
But-
of them are,
But I picked
tougher.
the softballs
Okay.
that were the easiest
But-
and cleanest for our work.
So can I just add, so having served on standard setting committees myself in the past, it's often way more ambiguous than this. And a lot of the times the discussion
Centers around vocabulary within the question. So I'm just going to speak for history, for example. The vocabulary level that is introduced within the question is often what is the question for those who are sitting around the table. It's not necessarily the concept as much as it is the complexity of the other vocabulary that's part of that question or part of the answers too, that kind of, I guess for lack of a better term, stump the group as far as should we be looking at the past proficient or past advanced for this particular question? And that's really where that consternation comes in from my experience. It's never necessarily been the exact, for this example, the skill that's being asked to be achieved in the question. It's more about the sort of the extra part of what's going on in the question.
Yeah, sorry.
Ms.
Even in
McPherson?
this particular example, I don't think that past proficient, it accurately describes what the question was, because it wasn't unknown angles, it was 2 known angles. And with 2 known angles, past advanced describes what you're solving more so than past proficient, because you weren't solving for an unknown angle. You were determining what the relationship was. So
Yeah,
between 2 known.
So that's the kind of
That's the
conversation
kind
we
of
would have
conversation we would have
if we
to
were on the
have,
panel.
exactly.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Exactly. I think, President Creasy, you hit this nail on the head. You can write an item to a standard that it's at a pretty low level of complexity or something that's a very high level of challenge. So the complexity of the item, as you indicated, maybe to some extent the vocabulary, as you mentioned, that's involved. The number of steps one has to engage in order to solve the problem might be an issue. Maybe there's some other knowledge that has to be brought to bear, particularly like in English language arts. You have to bring something else to bear to answer this question. So the homogeneity of the 4 choices. We've all taken tests, right? And when the 4 choices are really similar, it's a much harder question than when one really sticks out and the other don't seem to be relevant. So a lot of things contribute to the complexity and the difficulty and the challenge of a question. And so as you just indicated and saw, I think it's not always super clear cut. Every question wasn't modeled on exactly the language that you see here. So there's not always a perfect match to that. They try as best they can, data writers, to make sure they're writing items to the performance levels. But there will be ones that just are edge cases, and you have to, try and figure out where it should be classified. Okay.
So may I, Madam President? So regardless, the performance level descriptors, that content on that page that puts things in these different categories, in the different columns, is incredibly important.
Yes.
How was that, and that content's been developed already for grades 3 through 11, math and reading, and in other words, that's already to
I would
feed
have to
in.
defer as to the final status of the performance level descriptions for what we use in the standard setting. Has everything been finalized?
Everything has been finalized to a draft mode, because we do, at the end of standard setting, we will, if the panelists come back with certain concerns,
Thank you.
we leave ourselves that little bit of room to make adjustments if necessary.
But they're ready. And I take it that means staff is the DOE staff has been drafting these. Or where did the content come from? And I'm just seeing the column headings. I mean, what's fail versus pass isn't defined by NAEP, but below basic, proficient, advanced, those correspond to NAEP. So does this correspond to NAEP?
Question, because we got to measure, for instance, as you say, you're going to have, for instance, a 7th grade math teacher whose experience may be that when they get to 8th grade, they're clearly not here at all. They couldn't answer, say, 75% of these questions. But where does that fit now with the fact that we raise our standards? You follow me?
Right.
And
So where did this content come from, and how's it connected to NAEP?
Good afternoon. My name's Jason Ellis. I'm the director of the Office of Assessment. So I think I can provide a little bit additional information to help the conversation. So the PLDs start looking back at the current performance level descriptors when we go to new item review each summer. And so new item review incorporates information from the new and upcoming standards that will be implemented this year. So last summer, when we had new item review, we actually took the current PLDs to
Meaning the ones we'd used in the past.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And we took those PLDs to that committee. And at that committee, after they reviewed what the new items will look like for the new test, then teachers make suggestions and recommendations on how we might want to adapt those to the new standards. And then you are right. It is agency staff, the Office of Assessment content experts, as well as the instructional office content experts that build those PLDs together, utilizing all the information they have about the standards and about the performance for students in the previously. And that's how we develop the new standard, or excuse me, the new performance level descriptors. This NAEP is built into the standards of learning. I know you all are very familiar with that and the crosswalk between our standards and NAEP standards and such. The PLDs are built off of our standards. So it's kind of inherently built into our PLD that NAEP exists in there as well, because our standards are written that way. Does that help?
A little. I'm still scratching my head over some pieces of it, but well, here, if I may ask another question, and if it's better to wait until later in your presentation, that's fine. But just looking at this example here, I'm on slide 24. We've talked about angles, but the proficient piece then goes on to say, not only, this is 8th graders, not only should be able to describe and use angles, but should be able to determine the surface area and volume of square-based pyramids with and without diagrams, and cones and cylinders. It's some pretty complex stuff. And my gut reaction is that a student who can do everything in column 3, proficient, would be a student who would correspond to NAEP proficient, where the language is mastery of complex content for that grade level. But I'm not sure that all students who we would think would be passing 8th grade math would be able to do all of those things. So the student, we want all students to be able to master complex content, but do we really want to declare all students who haven't mastered complex content but have mastered basic information for a grade level, do we want them to be considered passing? Or do we only want students to be considered passing when they have mastered essentially the equivalent of NAEP proficiency? And so, these columns where we're labeling basic as failure rather than as pass, essentially is suggesting that we're only going to pass on our SOLs the students who would also pass NAEP proficiency, mastering complex levels. Is that built into the PLD columns in some sense?
So this is a difficult question for me to answer because, and maybe if any staff want to jump in, because it sort of jumps over the fence out of my yard into somebody else's yard. Like my yard is the technical work of how this is done. And what's not my yard is policy, right? So if you've chosen to implement a new set of content standards, SOLs, that are more rigorous, more aligned to NAEP, more aligned with the levels of mastery, and I'm going to say this loosely, so forgive me if I get it wrong, but you have in effect said, we want passing to mean this.
Well, what we've said is our content standards are based on the goal of students mastering complex material at that grade level.
Yes.
But that we haven't yet made the choice about
Okay.
where to draw the where to draw the pass line is what this process, basically what's the grading scale.
Well,
Not all students are going to be expected to know 100% of what's in all of our standards. So what's the grading scale is the question, are we on an ABF scale or are we on an ABCDF scale, so to speak? And only A students are going to be considered passing, or, so that's really the process we're going through today and tomorrow, the decision we're being asked to make tomorrow, and ongoing through to when we adopt. The cut scores are grade scales, basically, is the way I understand them, teaching at the higher ed level. And tell me help me understand if that's not right. But determining what's passing and what's not, you're absolutely right, is a policy decision, but it's not implicit in the standard document itself. We've already adopted standards, rigorous standards aligned with NAEP, but the determining what qualifies as a pass versus what determines a fail is still to be done, I think.
let me take a whack at that. And that the questions you're asking are at the pass advanced level of me. So they're very challenging. First of all, I don't think there's a direct correspondence between what you're seeing in this performance level description document and ABCDF grading. As you might imagine, and I've seen this, I've done research on this, there are districts who students are getting A's and B's, and yet they perform very poorly on a state assessment.
Yep.
Just because of the grading standards in play in that district. So, so I don't think there's a direct correspondence there. The second thing I would note is that what standard setting is going to do is it's simply going to draw operationally the lines between those columns, right?
Right.
It's going to be, here's the cut score that separates people in that first column from people in that second column. That's what the standard effort is going to do. And then third, and this is where I wish I knew more about the whole history of this process, but you could, I believe, choose to label that first column fail below basic, and you could label that next column pass basic. I mean, that's a policy judgment that goes far beyond.
And so I think that's much more useful than my ABCD. So throw out my ABDC analogy, but is it fair to say that these PLD standards are aligned to the NAEP categories of basic and proficient? So,
I believe that when the new generation of assessments and the new items were written and the educators were involved in that, and these performance level descriptions were crafted, that there was clearly an anchor in what NAEP is doing. A one-to-one correspondence, I don't think exists. Like you can't look at this for geometry on this eighth grade thing
Right.
and say what is being done at the performance level in eighth grade geometry for basic, for example, is the same as what NAEP
Right.
says.
Not on
But-
item by item, but overall, the concept would be a student who would score at the basic level on NAEP would understand the items listed in the second column here, whereas only the students who would score at a proficient or higher level on NAEP typically, on average, would understand these more complex surface area, volume, square base, pyramids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not answering to this specific chart, but to the PLDs overall.
I'm gonna have to say more or less is my answer to that one. And the reason I'm saying that is because also, as I heard listening to the previous presentation, local control, states are implementing their own curricula and so forth, their own standards. There's not a one-to-one correspondence between what Virginia has decided to do. Like you've got PLDs and you've got content standards, you've got frameworks and curriculum documents, things like that. NAEP has something they call their frameworks for mathematics, and they've decided what they privilege so something that appears in NAEP as an example of what proficient performance looks like in geometry might not appear on Virginia's and vice versa. Does that help?
Yeah, more or less, I get it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Dr. Northern.
So there are 3,000 released NAEP items, and I asked this of Dr. Domaleski last time, and he wasn't sure. And just correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is if we use some of those 3,000 released NAEP items as part of our calibration with our own panel, wouldn't that help us to anchor and figure out whether our expectations were aligned with some of the questions that Ms. Holton is asking, which are exactly the right questions? Because to me, without using some of those released NAEP items, we really can't answer with authority whether this column is aligned to proficient or not.
Yeah, it is possible loosely to do that. And for example, you probably heard of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. I mean, they tried to do something like that in their standard setting, but there's a bit of a difficulty because NAEP has a scale with numbers on it, and Virginia has a scale with numbers on it. And there's no direct correspondence between those two scales. So a NAEP item at a certain level is hard to exactly say where it would fit in Virginia. Now you can say, because NAEP has done this work,
Yes.
here's an item that we would expect students at the proficient level to answer correctly, right? You can seed those items in to an activity to see that people are calibrating that item the same way they're calibrating what they're calling proficient. That is possible to do. It's, like I say, it's loose because the scales aren't perfect. Like I can't tell you the 100 degrees is the same as 212. You know, I can't do that. But there are ways that you can seed these into the process. A couple of reasons why people don't always do that, even though they want, because first of all, you've already done some things to align well to NAEP. Second of all, NAEP items are often different looking. So panelists go, oh, you know, and they can tell which one's the NAEP. I mean, you really don't want them to do that, right? And there was a third thing I'm forgetting. Oh, and it makes the whole process longer. This is already, you're asking teachers for like 2 or 3 days out of their lives in a busy time of the school year. And so the more items, people are trying to keep these items that have to make judgments on as brief as possible to get the information we need. So that's a complication too. But no, the answer is yes, it can be done to give you a sort of a rough guideline.
Just a quick follow-up, Dr. Northern. So when we come out with that big report that sort of shows how the state tests map up to NAEP, that monitoring NCS report that they come out with every year. I mean, is it possible, and I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, is it possible for us to get the data from them where they've actually, when they've aligned and put our test on the NAEP scale, can we actually see what decisions they made when they did that analysis? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how we can, because if we're going to, we want to be able to communicate, right, what we're doing here. And in a very detailed manner relative. I mean, other than we think we're at NAEP proficient, or maybe we are, or maybe we aren't. Um, so I'm just trying to figure out whether some of those underlying data that's already been done would help us to figure out, and using that report as a guideline, because they had to put it on the same scale,
Yes.
right? They had to do that equipercentile, whatever they call it. Yeah.
So, yes, and in fact, I was recently looking at Virginia's results on what they loosely call zipper plots. It's like a plot that shows where your state, it's a NAEP state mapping is the official name for it, but it's like, where does your state's, what you're calling proficient, how does that relate to what NAEP calls proficient? And the states are all in order, and it looks like a little, graph like that with everybody on there. And so you can say, our proficient is sort of at the high end of basic, or our proficient, what we call proficient, is at the middle level, or and also our level of proficient is well beyond Rhode Island, or well, I guess we're all, sorry to pick on Puerto Rico, but they usually have the lower performance. So we're far above that one, but we're pretty below, like I say, Rhode Island or something. So yes, it's possible to incorporate that information. And it's entirely possible to seed in, like I said, some of the NAEP release items you referred to. But I would say, hold on for a moment, because in a couple of slides down the road, I'll show you how NAEP has also been referenced and used as an anchor for this process that might give you some comfort that it's going to be NAEP-like in its end result.
I hate to do this, but we have some dignitaries that are here for us to have lunch with, our teachers of the year. So if we could hold for about 45 minutes and come back, or 30 minutes and come back at 1:15, would that suit you?
At your pleasure.
Okay, and then so we'll do 1:30 then, and if you would like to join us, we would love it. So
For lunch?
yes, unless you
I
have
signed up
plans.
for spicy chicken.
Oh, good. We're ready then. So if we can do that, we will take a break and come back promptly at 1:30. Thank you. think we are ready to jump back in here. Thank you all. And so we will just go right back to where we left off here. And I believe we were on slide 20, starting slide 28. Is that right?
I think we maybe on 26 or somewhere in that vicinity. Yes, thank you. The math quiz is just about over. So, I don't think we got to the answer. This is a hypothetical panelist on page 27. They thought that particular item matched best with the proficient level. Okay. So, a couple things about this process, the item descriptor matching process. You can imagine the intensive study of the PLDs you'd have to do first to make sure you're very familiar with them. You'd have an advantage, obviously, if you're an educator at this grade level. But then looking at a test question, sort of analyzing it, going, what is this calling for? And then looking at the performance level descriptions to say, where is this the best match? That's going to take some time. Okay. And it's going to take some expertise. And so those two things are built into the process, time and expertise in terms of the panels. Okay. On to slide 28. The actual meeting continued. Here's what it's kind of going to look like. Okay. So off to the side there, you see my best attempt to create a visual of what's called an ordered item set or an ordered item booklet. And this is a group of test items that is placed in order from the easiest one to the hardest one. If you imagine it was a book, for example, the first page of the book would be a question that is just the easiest one in the group. You know, the next one, a little bit harder, all the way to get to the last page in that book. That single page is the question that was the hardest one in a test, or it's the hardest one in that set of items. Okay. So they're already in difficulty order. And how do we know? Well, we've tried these questions out with students. We know that only 10% of students answered this question correctly at the very far end of the booklet. But at the very beginning, we know that 90% of the students answered this one correctly. So we've got a good sense of what the difficulty order is. Okay. We then asked people to answer that same question you just answered, which was, let me read it verbatim. Which performance level descriptor most closely matches the knowledge and skills required to successfully respond to this item? Okay, so they'll look at a question, and here I've just done sort of an excerpt. You can see in the red box, this is easiest to hardest. You know, the easiest items are back there up the top near number 1, number 2. Hardest ones are down there at the bottom, 31 through 50, or however many there are in a given test. And so then for each item, and page in this case is really the same as item because it's going to be one item on each page. They're going to make judgments that look something like this. I'm now on page, I think it's 28. I don't have it numbered. 30. It's not 30. Thank you. They make a judgment that might look something like this. This person, for example, said item 25, they thought best matches the PLD for basic. They'll make this judgment for every question in the ordered item set. All right. Now, once they've made these judgments, if you page over to 31, you're going to see a little gray area I've shaded. What happens when you're making these judgments is you begin to encounter a zone where you're not quite certain which level it matches best. I'm calling this an area of transition. Right. If you can see the first 26, they said basic, or excuse me, 20, they said basic, 21, basic, so forth. A lot of basics in a row. And 24, they said they think this matches the proficient descriptor. But then they kept looking and they said, oh, well, the next one matches basic though. And then the next one matched proficient. So you can see where they kind of encountered some turbulence in their judgments, you know, like, and so after that point, I've shaded up through about 28. But if you see, 29, 30, 31, they began to say, well, the rest of these are more challenging. These are all in the proficient zone. So this area of transition becomes pretty important. The cut score likely will be somewhere in there, right? The cut score defining the difference between basic and proficient will be somewhere in there. Okay. In subsequent rounds, let me add one more sentence here. In subsequent rounds, they won't have to start at the beginning of the book again or the beginning of the set again. Like, I know question 1 is going to be below basic. I'm not going to worry about that one. My focus is going to be, and every panelist focus is going to be on these areas of transition. That'll be where we discuss things. That'll about where we have these professional conversations about why do you think it's there? Let's look at the descriptor and see what we find there and so forth. So please, questions.
Just to get right in order to be considered pass.
In order to be considered proficient.
Proficient. That's where the proposal is.
I know how you've labeled your fail, below basic, fail, basic, pass, proficient, pass, advanced. That's not as common a language to me, the adding of the passing and failing. So I'm much more conversant with the performance levels. But like I said before, you could label the first 3 levels failing if you wanted to by board policy, I suppose. But what you've done, I think, is called the first 2 more like fail. Okay.
I think what we have always done in the past, and maybe they were doing something different this year, but there is a level that we define as passing the SOL.
Okay.
And so.
And that's your third level. You have to get to the 3rd level to be considered.
Students are considered passing or not at some level. And that's kind of one of the questions is how does this translate to those levels? But, and passing or not matters for accountability at the school level in the lower grades and for graduation in the upper grade. So I hear you, you're translating basic versus proficient, but one of the things I'm trying to understand is how does this translate into our decision on a cuts, which this board will make ultimately this summer, presumably on a cut score that determines the difference between pass, fail, and pass and advance.
Right.
We do have an advanced category as well.
Yes, the process that I'm describing now is going to give you 3 cut scores for each grade subject. It's going to give you 1 to separate level 1 and level 2. It's going to give you 1 to separate the second level, basic and proficient. And it's going to give you 1 to separate the 3rd and 4th levels, proficient and advanced.
This level here, just the one you got grade and on slide 31 would be drawing the line between basic and proficient.
Yes, exactly. Yes, this is an individual panelist in this hypothetical, right? But this is an individual panelist's zone of sort of uncertainty. They're starting to move out of where they think what the basic student will do and into what they think the proficient student should do. But they're a little bit uncertain in that zone until they get more consistency later, items 29, 30, 31, and so forth. Okay.
Miss McPherson?
Yeah, basically.
Miss
what then
McPherson?
We're kind of looking for is a crosswalk between pass, fail, basic, proficient, and the other category.
Eventually, we need some
Versus,
crosswalk
right,
language.
we'll need a crosswalk. And then I guess the question is how many fail basics, you follow me, you can have. That crosswalk will probably tell us that how many fail basic you can have in a category, how many proficient you need in order to get into the cut score. I'm assuming that at some point we get that.
Okay, so library closes at 9 o'clock tonight. So I'm gonna give my best attempt. A cut score here would not actually be set at, say, 25 questions right, because your test is scored using what's called a compensatory model, meaning you can get some advanced questions right, that count toward your score. But if you don't get enough questions right of any flavor, you're still not going to be proficient, right? So it doesn't matter how you get, whatever the cut score is, it doesn't matter how you get there. You can get there by a constellation of a lot of different kinds of performance across all of this content. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. Next slide is 33. So now I'm going to just layer on a little bit here. We looked at one transition area, and I've illustrated one on this slide. This slide is my attempt to illustrate that there's actually going to be 3 of these areas of transition. So I've sort of flipped the axis here. Now we've got the easier to harder going horizontally. Easiest questions on the end. Question number 1 is the easiest. Let's say hypothetically 50 questions, 50 is the hardest. And so these items are in difficulty order. And here's a first transition. This is a transition a panelist might have identified because they became uncertain about where the borderline is between below basic and basic. So you can see that gray area. They got some BB, BB, and then a B, and then another BB. And so this is my area of transition for that. If this person was going to recommend a page where they would say, this is the break point, this person might say, and I'm now on to page 34 in the slide deck, page 34 just drops in where that person might have said, here's the middle of my zone. That's what I'm going to say is about my break point between below basic and basic. This person's cut would have been around page 13 or 14, we'll say. If you go to the next slide, we see the transition between basic and proficient. That same panelist had to make this judgment. Where's my zone of uncertainty for the transition point between basic and proficient? Click once and you'll get this, roughly the panelists will say, if you go on to page 36, they'd say, oh, my cut would be around page 30. Okay. Click once more to page 37. They're going to have another transition between proficient and advanced. Another sort of gray area. And click once more and you'll see, oh, well, my best estimate is about page 45 is the transition or the break point between proficient and advanced. Okay. So they've got these 3 areas of transition. And this would be something that panelists would then talk about. Where was your area? Where was my area? How do you see this question? How do you see that question? Okay. Let's go on to 39. What do they then do with this information? Well, they discuss their areas of transition with other panelists. They get normative information on where they stood with respect to everybody else. My zone of transition was about here. Yours was there. My middle of my, the red arrow that I had on the previous slide, mine was here. Where was yours? That kind of thing. They'll get some consequences information. If we took all of the group's data and compiled it together and found sort of a general area of transition and put a point in the middle of that general area of transition, we could then compute what would be the predicted impact of that. If we use that point as the cut score, what would that mean? If it meant 20% of the students are classified as below basic, 35 are basic, 25 are proficient. I'm not going to add this up, right? Some percentage advanced. That information will be provided to panelists so that they know the consequences of their decisions or their recommendations. Okay. Finally, and this is sort of a way of taking your advice and bringing it to bear on the front end. This is something that's being used in this procedure, and it's called establishing reasonable ranges for the panelists to consider. Okay. What is a reasonable range and how does it instantiate your policy advice? I have spoken to boards and other groups before where a panel has come up with a recommendation and the board doesn't like it. That's a problem. That puts you in a very awkward situation of having to say no to what a group of experts, content experts, just spent 3 days mulling over and working hard on and saying, no, we think it should be higher. We think it should be lower. We think it should be different in some way. We want to adjust it. And so it's, I would say in the last 5 to 10 years, become reasonably common to get policymaker guidance on the front end so that people know when they're making judgments, here's a reasonable range in which the board or the entity has said these judgments should focus. Okay. So this is a new term, reasonable ranges. And I want to talk to you about where these reasonable ranges come from. Okay. So a reasonable range, if you go to page 40 in the deck, A reasonable range is defined as an external data-based source that can be analyzed, or sources that can be analyzed so that we can have a basis for comparison or an anchor to something that is the policy guidance. Okay. So in this case, the plan is calling for 3 bits of information to be triangulated in a way, to converge in a way. Take these 3 bits of information and put them all together to try and figure out what is a reasonable place for the basic, below basic cut to occur. All right. And basic, proficient, and proficient advanced. Okay. So the first one here says, one external bit of information is previous SOL performance standards. It's my understanding, and this we've talked about this in your advisory committee meetings. You have said old standards are not good enough. We want to increase the rigor. We want to increase the challenge. We want to increase performance across the state. We want to set a bar that's higher than it was before. So a floor, if you will, for the reasonable range is the past. You can't go below there at all. I mean, as much as the panelists might want to say, I think the standard should be here, that's not your policy guidance. Your policy guidance is we're ramping things up. So that goes into the mix in this analysis of constructing the reasonable ranges. Can't go below here for sure. Okay. That's number one. Number two is NAEP information. Now we talked about this before lunch, but Virginia's NAEP results were looked at for the available grades. That's 4 and 8 reading and math for the years 2019, 2024. What was performance like on NAEP in those years? Okay. And not just for you, but the analysis included looking at other states. What are, I don't think there is a term for this locally. I'll make one up, but it's called like high aspiration peers, right? You have states that you look to and go, we want to be at least there. Okay. We have these high aspiration peers. We want to be in the range of that level of NAEP performance. Okay. So that's source number 2, NAEP information. Source number 3 is something called scale anchoring. And this is a procedure that's just being done as source number 3, where content specialists sort of tried out this procedure, this item descriptor matching, and they said, where are these items looking like they match? Okay. So that they could get a sense of, do we have items in the range that are challenging? Do we have a range that captures where the policy guidance has said we need to be? So there's no real formula for putting these 3 together. You can't like just add them up and divide by 3 or something. This is a really sort of nuanced judgment procedure that says, you know, given all this information, we want to be higher than we were before. We want to be close to NAEP. We want to be in this aspirational peer, you know, given all that, what would a reasonable range for your judgment look like? So I've tried to illustrate that for you. Let's go forward to slide 44, which is a repeat of a slide you saw before. This is where this hypothetical panelist had this zone of transition. You see it goes from about, let's say, page 11 to 16 or something. That's their zone of uncertainty, or their transitional zone. They said it's there. But if you click once more, I've superimposed over it a yellow zone. I'm calling, now, again, this is hypothetical. I don't have data on this yet. I can't tell you what this is going to look like. But let's say a hypothetical reasonable range from analyzing that data from before, that I just showed you from those 3 sources. Let's suppose that reasonable range went from page 16 to 23. Panelists will have this information, okay? I want to highlight that this reasonable range, let's say it goes from 16 to 23. Is that right? Yeah. This isn't like handcuffs on your content specialists. This isn't to say you can't go above 23, you can't go below 16, right? But the conversations will focus around, we want to be here. This is a reasonable range in which the cut score exists. So setting you as an individual panelist, setting your cut score down near 10, 11, or 12 really isn't hitting that aspiration, okay? And so the person who's recommending that might give good reasons for it, and that would be a part of the discussion. But panelists need to know your policy guidance in some way And this is one way of communicating it, saying, look, we've analyzed a lot of the things the board has said is important, and this is what the reasonable range would look like. So ideally, give a lot of consideration to your transition zone, but also give a lot of consideration to this reasonable range, because that's where the board is pointing and saying, we want to be here. Does that help? Yeah. Questions?
Just to clarify, who are those content specialists for? Who is that?
I believe it's a collaboration between the department and the vendor. The content specialists on
So
both
DOE
ends.
staff and Pearson
Yes,
staff
yes.
are sort of doing their own version of the ID matching, et cetera, and that's an anchoring.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I've been sort of impressed. I think they're doing their own version of everything, like it's a dry run of everything ahead of time to make sure these procedures work and stuff like that. So yes, they are doing this ahead of time to make sure it's gonna work.
Some combination of DOE and Pearson. And
Yes.
then, can I move on, Madam President, please? So now on slide 45, that hypothetical reasonable range. So this is for each grade and subject. Somebody.
Grade, subject, and cut score.
And, yeah, so each grade and subject is gonna have 3 dividing lines.
Yes,
Around which somebody is gonna determine a reasonable range, yellow piece to
Correct.
provide to the panel members at the appropriate time.
correct.
And who is doing that?
So a couple things. 3 for ELA and math, grades 3 through 8. Maybe only 2 cut scores for science and
Right.
End of course.
Some don't
And of
have-
course, okay, yeah. Who is doing that? The department in consultation with the contractor, they have content specialists who are doing a trial run of that. That was information source number 3 of the 3 they're gonna be thrown into a pot and mixed up to come up with these reasonable ranges. And you had one other question and I missed it.
Well, leading to the next question. So those reasonable ranges, something that's been decided or is being decided, but it is based on an underlying policy choice about, I heard you say back in the beginning, the whole point of the reasonable ranges is to communicate to these panels what the board's policy guidance
Yes, ma'am.
is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So even though the board is not gonna be on each test in each, we're not gonna be deciding those reasonable ranges, but it is our guidance to the staff that's gonna help shape those reasonable ranges.
Yes, if this is a pretty loose analogy, but I imagine something like the board is pointing and saying, we want to be there.
Yeah.
And the staff and the vendor are working to
Translating
figure out
that.
how to get there.
Right, so what I don't think we've made that policy decision yet, but I think the discussion has been leading towards what I think the board means to be saying. We want the policy to align our past proficient rates to align it more or less to NAEP proficient, whereas our current our past cut scores have aligned more to NAEP basic.
Yes,
That, to me, that is an important policy decision that should be explicit. And now this is not question, this is discussion for the board, but I think that's something, whether or not we think that's the right choice, we should be explicit about it. And I think that that's a decision. Right now, the decision item for tomorrow is written as just asking for direction to use the ID matching process. But if it is the board's will that we align our cut scores, that our panels align our cut scores, reasonable ranges around NAEP proficient, I think we should be explicit and transparent about that and encourage us to include that in our motions tomorrow. And then I think it has consequences and repercussions that we should discuss. But we shouldn't just, it's not like the staff is just doing it through magic. They're doing it because you all are telling them to do it.
yeah, can I respond real quickly? Just, I can say, having attended now probably 3 of these technical, I'm a recent addition to the technical advisory committee. And at every meeting, it's been made abundantly clear to us what this board's vision is, and that you want to be more NAEP-like, and that you want to raise the level of challenge from where it's been. That's been abundantly clear. I think that's been made abundantly clear. I see the contractor in their face, their sensitivity to this. I mean, so everyone I think is on that same page, and that's how this got developed. The one caution I would give, if I might be so bold as to caution around policy language you might craft tomorrow when I'll be out of town. You could right now simply say, we'll have NAEP standards, adopt, you won't even need a method. You could just go boom and we're done. I mean but the problem there is NAEP has a different framework than you have. NAEP has different context than you have. NAEP has different history than you have. NAEP has different item formats than you have. There's so many differences that you just map over, which is what those state mapping studies do. To just map over NAEP to yours and say, we don't even need a standard setting is, I would say, is somewhat ill-advised, right? And so the language that people are using, and it's kind of weaselly, but it's like in quotation marks, like we want NAEP-like standards. In other words, we want to say that's our aspiration, but because there are so many things that differ, how we get there might have to differ also. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that's why I'm using your language from earlier of NAEP more or less.
Yeah, okay.
But NAEP-like works for me too. And I just to be clear, I'm not, I personally am not 100% on board with that approach. I think there are reasons to do it. We've discussed it amongst ourselves, and I think there are some downsides. But regardless, I'm going to be encouraging the board to think about repercussions throughout the system. So, I mean, what we're talking about doing, given where our scores have aligned with NAEP in the past, is we're going to be doubling the number of kids who fail our SOLs. You know, right now, our NAEP proficient rate is around between 30 and 40%. Is where we line up with NAEP proficiency, whereas our SOL pass rates have been much more in the 70 to 80% range. So and so the argument is that our SOL cut scores are too low, and I get that. They're some of the lowest in the nation, and it may well make sense to adjust it. But if we're going to double the number of kids who fail, then that has all kinds of repercussions amongst all, the most important perhaps, or the most front and center, the first, is how we communicate that to parents, the transparency of the change we're making. So we're not saying kids are suddenly twice as many of them, you know, we're not saying kids are dumber. We're trying to communicate to parents something about, we think we were telling your kids were doing fine, and we don't think that was right. So we're trying to challenge parents and students and teachers with this messaging tool of telling now that twice as many students are failures. But we do need to deal with the repercussions of that, including for all kinds of things like graduation rates. You know, so right now we're saying 70, 80% of our kids are passing. And if this plan goes through as expressed, as intended, then we're going to be saying next year that only 30 to 40% of them are passing. And what are the repercussions of that throughout the system, I think should be looked at up front before we get too far down this line.
Well, I can't say right now what the percentage will be until the panelists make their recommendations, and then
Well, that's just if we go with NAEP-like.
Exactly like, if you go exactly like NAEP, you could probably freak it pretty.
Well, and even if it's not exactly NAEP, it will be in the range, reasonable range of NAEP. So
Yeah.
I can tell you it'll double our failure rate, because you can't get in the reasonable range of NAEP proficient unless our students are suddenly more brilliant than they were.
Madam
I have
President.
some experience with this, and I'll just, maybe in terms of the communication, which you're highlighting now. I helped the Smarter Balanced Consortium, and they would go into a state, and a state would adopt the Smarter Balanced assessments, and their levels just plummeted, right? And so, to their credit, they had in place a very wise communication plan to say exactly what you just said, which is your kids didn't get dumber all of a sudden. We just implemented a lot more rigorous standards. And when you do that, you know, when you say the bar is here, not as many people are going to get over it until they've had the instruction and the intensive focus on those new standards that warrants. So it is a communication plan, I think, is really critical here.
And even then, you're not going to get over it, because as you know, with Smarter Balance, et cetera, states that have switched to those much tougher grading scales, their kids might get a little better over time, maybe maybe in spite of the change in the grading scale, or maybe because they've done other things, like what we've done here in Virginia with the Literacy Act, which I think will improve scores. But, you know, if we look at the wildest, the most ambitious improvement we might hope for on, say, our literacy, looking at what happened in the Mississippi Miracle, then our kids would go up 10 or 11 points, but we would still be looking at failure rates in a completely different category from what we've got now. So we just need to think about the Common Communications Plan and then the repercussions for all the other aspects of our system that depend on those pass rates, like graduation.
Mr. Rotharian?
Yeah,
Or do you have-
I completely agree with Ms. Holt. We need to think about repercussions and so forth, that we need to be very thoughtful about this. This is a sea change, but I want to back up. I'm pretty sure, I just want to clear, you said a minute ago, we'd be telling our students that they would be failures. I assume you misspoke, because that is.
Well, we'd be saying they failed.
Yeah, or
and
we
that-
might be saying we failed them as a.
Well, their test score was a failure.
I agree with, there's just a couple of things I want to just make sure we're clear on there. I agree with, we need to be thoughtful and so forth here. And if we start having a more honest accounting for where we are, we're going to see changes, and we need to talk about that. And that's going to be a communication challenge. We need to be thoughtful. I think it would be very irresponsible, though, for people to immediately pick up that the board is telling kids that they are failures. And I mean, I can't speak for all my colleagues. but
I stand
that
corrected.
is yeah,
Not
that's
kids are
certainly
failures, but that they have failed the
Yes,
tests.
and that the system is not, and I think we need to start with, okay, what are the skills that you need as best we can tell in a fast moving, changing economy? What are the skills you need to be successful? And I will bring the humility to it. We will get some of that wrong, of course, because the economy changes and so forth. And all we can do is the best we can. And we're saying, these are the skills that you need. We need to get you there. We just came from a lunch where one of our regional teachers of the year was talking about the problems we have just with expectations. And this teacher was saying that even just in the system, the way people talk about and perceive kids. So I think by lifting that and talking about that, and then it is incumbent upon us to provide the support to the system, something, and so when we talk about downstream repercussions, I think that is a very important one. Okay, what are we then going to do differently? But we can do this. I mean, I completely agree. I think our literacy work, if we can keep going and supporting it, you're seeing states that are moving quickly on the NAEP. That seems to be a common, I'm leery to, and especially with a psychometrician staring me down, I don't want to ascribe causal things to the NAEP, but there seems to be a pattern that states that have done that. Their scores seem to be going up. They were more resilient in the pandemic, all of that. But you also see Florida, like their scores went up under Jeb Bush's leadership. North Carolina's scores went up under Jim Hunt's leadership. These were things they did. So NAEP is not the weather. There are things you can do and you can see improvements. And we've seen different approaches and so forth that have done that. I think if we do that here, and then that's the last thing. I think we need to be very careful with our language. Like we are trying right now, directionally, we are not where we want to be relative to the NAEP. You look at the chart that goes up, sometimes it shows where we are. You just spoke to that. But I think we want to be very careful that we don't send the message that we are just linking explicitly and we're overlaying the NAEP, because that will create all kinds of confusion. We've already heard we wouldn't even be spending time on this if that was our intent. We are using the NAEP as a barometer because it is, at least for now, if we can keep it, it is a fantastic national barometer and very useful. But we're doing our own framework within that. I think it's very important that we communicate that, or we're going to get like all kinds of confusion and people are going to, I think that the NAEP standards are suddenly our standards in these things. So I think I completely agree on the communication point across the board, but it behooves us to be very specific about what we are and are not doing here. So I just wanted to note those things for the record, Madam President.
Madam President. So one thing I do want to be sure and say is I am completely supportive of the rigorous content standards that we have adopted across the board. And we want every kid, every student to master complex material at the complex material that they should be taught at their appropriate grade level. The question is, do we want to say, as our current cut scores, our soon-to-be former cut scores say, that a student who has mastered the basic information for that level, but not the complex matters for that level, Do we want to say that that student fails and hold them back from a diploma, for instance? And that's going to be thousands of students unless we address repercussions, for instance, in our current requirements that students pass SOLs. If we change the cut score dramatically and don't make other changes to our system, then we're going to have thousands more students not graduating, not getting diplomas. And they're going to be those students who are in that range between those who have who've mastered the basic skills for their grade level, but not the complex matters for their grade level, which is essentially the difference between aligning with NAEP Basic and aligning with NAEP Proficient. And you know, if we're going to do that, then we just need to think about those repercussions and those kids in the middle who we want to learn all of those complex skills, but recognizing that there may be some who get to the basic level, but not to the complex level. What are we going to call them? Are we going to call them graduates or not?
Dr. Northern?
So I agree with a lot of what my colleague is saying here. I don't think we've made the decision that we're going to ramp up 40 points overnight. And I'll just speak for myself personally, where I am, not having an opportunity to speak, you know, openly with the board on this topic. But other states have done a more gradual ratcheting up. You know, most of them actually. I'm quite close with Dave Driscoll in Massachusetts, and that was their plan for many years, that they would, and they communicated that, as we've all said, communication is key. Like, we don't want to be perceived as, you know, we're just, you know, ramping up the score and now all these schools are going to do terribly. Like, that's of course not the message that we want to be sending. So I agree that we need to think about the ramifications of this. I'm more for a deliberate ratcheting up and not an overnight ratchet up. I do think that is disorienting to all of our schools, and the folks are earnestly working to uphold these higher expectations and get where we need to get. So I welcome that conversation because I think it's the one that we need to be having. I don't know if it's something we need to decide today. I've been struggling as we've been talking to Dr. Cizik here of, you know, when should we be talking about these sort of NAEP-like barometers? Do we want to kind of go through this first? Do we want to, like, I feel like the chronology of this decision-making is very important, and I personally don't have in my mind like when these things should be made, because we don't want to be perceived as, oh, now we know what it's going to look like, so we better change, right, all these cut scores because we've got an idea of what we want it to look like. Like, that's not the right approach, right? And the right approach, and we also don't want these terrible downwind effects overnight where we can't supply the supports that we need in a timely fashion like we all want to do. So anyway, I just feel like I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Ms. Holton, at all. And I do think that that's a conversation the board needs to have, and that we need to communicate very transparently to all the teachers and educators and folks who are working so hard in the state to meet the aspirations we have for our kids.
Ms. McPherson?
Right, I share the same concerns about visually what it's gonna look like to the public when the information begins to come in, how we as a board will be able to communicate our desire for the increased rigor versus what may be actually happening in the field, and how we're going to impact students, you know, because this is a massive change. So I like to think that maybe a task force should be convened, even if it's just a small group of us, to begin to talk about communication, how we will communicate to the public exactly what is happening as soon as we get the information from the vendor, and also how we're going to deploy the resources, the financial resources that will allow for the increase in the tutoring and the other things to try to begin to prepare the students. And I think we got to get in front of that. And I just wanted to make that as a recommendation. I know that the staff is, I'm sure you're looking at that, Madam Superintendent, but anything that we can do to be helpful with that, just let us know.
Madam
Because
President.
I think it's important. We're going to need to be able to communicate, and we're going to need to be able to deploy resources as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I definitely think that when the decisions are the responsibility of the board, it's also somewhat the responsibility of the staff to do that communication. So it wouldn't be us directly doing that communication. But I know that they're prepared and at the ready to handle that. Mr. Rotherham?
Thank you, Madam President. And Ms. McPherson, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished. I apologize. Just two contextual points. I agree with Dr. Northern. We're not gonna like jump. We're gonna have to put this in. I think we should be transparent about it so people understand where we're going and where the targets are. I think that's very important. But yeah, you have to, any system like I haven't heard any calls. We immediately shock the system. However, the contextual issues here we cannot get away from. I would encourage people, go take a look at the percentage of Virginia kids who are eligible for free and reduced price lunch who are at proficient or higher. It is in the teens. Any meaningful change here is going to cause, is going to have, whatever you want to call it, repercussions, consequences. And I feel like there's sort of a presentism that takes over when we have these conversations in terms of how they're reported out in the media and so forth. And just where we are, any meaningful change is going to have consequences because we have a way to go. And I would urge everyone to go look. The NAEP report cards, they're accessible. Again, at least for now, they're accessible. They're online. You can see them. I'm sorry, Dr. Northern. They're accessible, they're online, and I would urge people to take a look so you can see the baseline that we're starting at, particularly when you disaggregate. If we talk about Hispanic students, Black students, low-income students, the gaps that we have, and so it's going to be an issue. And then that'll just bring me to my second point. You know, in his letter from Birmingham jail, one of the things Martin Luther King talks about is like nothing's ever well-timed, and people would always tell him when they were going to do an action, well, it's just not the time, just be patient. I feel like we have the same problem. It is never the time to raise standards. We always get up to the cliff and then there's a reason why it's just not the right time. Something's not right politically or the economy, or how are we going to do this? And I would just suggest we need to be providing the support to make sure our educators can succeed, but it is the right time to substantially raise the bar. I don't know how you can look at either our current performance or the changes and so forth that are happening in our economy and what kids are going to need to be successful and not see that this is the time where we need to both demand more and then we also need to support and invest more. I think I don't know how anyone can read this moment that we're not at that place. Thank you.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, yeah, I'd just like to agree with Andy's comments. We have been working this for quite some time, and I just, you know, we've had a lot of conversations about, you know, trying to help close the achievement gap, try to help close the learning loss that we've had. And, you know, we've just have got to have this system in place. We've got to be working towards this. And, you know, we don't know where to prioritize our resources if we don't have this process put into place. And again, I just have said this probably 20 times from this podium that we need to be focused on those kids that need it the most, and on those kids where it will matter the most. And so I just appreciate obviously the importance of communications and transparency, but the transparency is important for families to understand where we are. And we just heard from 4 of our teachers of the year, I think across the board, of you know, different issues with each of them, but you know, from what they've experienced since COVID. And I think we were already in a ditch, but we're in a bigger ditch right now, and we've got to get ourselves upwardly mobile. And again, to Mr. Rotherham's comment about we have a lot to do just to get us recovering, much less getting ourselves positioned for the future. And so I just really hope that we just continue to really make sure, and I just really appreciate the thoughtfulness that is going into this approach. And it is going to be one that's based on best practices, based on research, based on science. And I'm grateful for the great work that's going into this by the teams that have been assembled, by the folks at the department and our outside partners. And I just am incredibly grateful for the work, the leadership, and I really have taken this today that we're getting to the right place. And I just think we've got to keep going there. And all these other issues, this is the department's job, I think, as the Madam President just said, about communicating. And again, transparency is, there's different versions of transparent or needs of transparency. One is of what we're doing here, but also the most important transparency is for parents, and we're not going to be able to get where we need to be if we don't provide that to them. And so I appreciate the conversation that's going on here, but I want to make sure we're not, trying to, deflect or kick the can down the road or any of these things. We've got to keep moving forward, and I think moving forward aggressively.
Ms. McPherson, then Ms. Holton.
I think we all agree that clearly we're raising the standards. I don't think there's any issue about that. I think everybody agrees about that. I think we just need to be realistic about the fact that there are going to be the repercussions, and we need to be as best prepared as we possibly can be, and that we are going to need to deploy the resources where they need to be in advance as well as during and afterwards. So I think we're saying the same thing. And how quickly we get there is going to depend upon a lot of things. But I don't want anybody to be living in a fantasy world that there isn't going to be some fallout. And I want to make sure that the students that need our attention the most are going to get it, because we all want to get to that higher level as quickly as we can get there.
So
Ms. Holton?
2 points. I do think we all agree that we want high standards for all our students. I do think I have a different perspective from some of my colleagues here in this regard, is that I don't personally think that changing the grading scale on its own is going to make kids smarter. To make that happen, we have to invest in high quality teachers and curriculum and extended school hours and tutoring and all the other tools that have been proven to actually help students learn more. And we've done some of that. The Literacy Act, for example, I was thrilled that we heard from the Regional Teachers of the Year that the bipartisan efforts to get cell phones out of schools is helping. So we're doing some of the things that work, but that's what's going to make kids smarter. The other point I wanted to come back to was I appreciate Dr. Northern's comment about maybe we want to ratchet up gradually over time. And when do we need to make these decisions? I do think that we don't have to make final decisions right now, that we will be, you, the board, maybe after I roll off this summer, we'll be making the final decisions for this round of cut scores. But tomorrow we do need to make some kind of final decisions about what we're telling the staff to do. And I think the message the staff is getting so far is that we're telling them to set reasonable ranges aligned to NAEP proficient. That's what the governor frankly announced 3 years ago. And that's the message the staff has heard. That's what they're embodying in their PDLs, the detailed descriptors. That's what they're going to embody in the reasonable ranges they give to these panels, unless we tell them something otherwise. So nobody's telling them to ratchet it up over time. We're telling them align more or less to NAEP proficient, which would be a dramatic change from where we are. I mean, that's my colleague's whole point about what you call the honesty gap, is that we're going to go from 70% pass rates down to 30% pass rates. And so if we're going to do that if we mean to be giving the panels guidance to do something different than that, we should be clear on that tomorrow. But if that's the guidance we're telling the panel to do, work in a reasonable range around NAEP proficient, then, we just need to be explicit about what we're telling them to do and then be ready to address the repercussions.
So I hate to be such a downer with a technical presentation and of policy, important substantive discussion breaks out. So do you want me to go back to this, or?
Yeah.
Okay. What you're talking about is all like super important, and there are there are models for you to use for communication. I would say, I can point you to some of those, and the best time is to start early when you're changing standards. Start early when you know there's going to be a shift. I would say there is precedent for phasing things in a number of states where they wanted to say, we're going to get here. It was like they were hiking from the bottom of the Grand Canyon, and instead of going all the way to the top, they stopped at whatever that little waypoint is, halfway to get a drink of water, because you got a long road ahead of you. So there's a lot of precedent for that. And I would say, looking back now at slide 45, that yellow band there, which we're calling reasonable ranges, is that NAEP informed reasonable range, right? Okay, I mean, it's not, let me make this clear. It's not an exact number. If you wanted exactly to be NAEP, you could do that without a panel. You could do that without any procedure, just map it over and done, right? But because there's so many different moving parts in the system, you want to give people some area to operate. And so this reasonable range was informed by the three things I just mentioned on the previous page, okay? So this slide 45 only illustrates one of these. It shows one panelist potential zone of transition, but they also get this information on the reasonable range, and that's their check. Like, are you in where we're headed, right? Are you in this reasonable range? If you're not, let's talk about why you're where you are, but this will be a guiding bit of information for panelists. Okay, 46. Again, the reasonable ranges are provided for all three cut scores. You just saw one on that previous slide. The panelists will do that for all three cut scores, and they'll have multiple rounds to discuss and ask questions and converse with their peers and review and make adjustments if they desire. But that last little M dash says, but not required, right? Panelists really don't like it when you tell them what they have to do, because if you say you have to be in a certain place, they say, well, why did you invite me here, right? So you have to rely on their professional judgment. And some of the panelists, I'll predict, somebody might be outside a reasonable range over here, somebody might be outside a reasonable range over there, but you're going to take the collection of all 12 to 15 people in the meeting of their judgment as the group's recommendation. So you have handled a diverse panel for a reason, right? If you just wanted one person to sing the song, you could have just had a one-person panel, I suppose. But there'll be some diversity of final judgments. Many, I suspect, will be within the reasonable range. Some, I suspect, might be out of it. But that's a process where I think you have to respect individuals' different perspectives on their task. Okay. Let's see, page 47. Looks like it's all over. We're going to wrap up the meeting, provide you with a full report on what happened. It'll, like we mentioned earlier, it'll be that table of demographics. How many of these were invited? How many actually showed up? Was the procedure followed? There's usually an option in here to have some kind of independent observer. Often it's a third party research entity. Often it's a member of the technical advisory committee. Often it's somebody who can just be there and say, this process went as you planned it. Or, as is most often the case, stuff happens on the ground you don't expect, right? Some panelist has to leave for an emergency. How did you react to that? How did you respond to that? If there were deviations from the intended plan, what were the deviations and did they seem appropriate and so forth? It'll all be documented in a final report, which will be produced for you. The technical advisory committee will review the process and make recommendations along the lines of, this looks like it went as it was intended to go. And then the department will make final recommendations to the board for your review and decision making. Let's see. Well, I made it to slide 48, which is my favorite slide. Any other questions? I'm happy to answer anything about standard setting.
Ms. Holton.
On the slide 47, the documenting the full report, would that include, for instance, what were the reasonable ranges? What was the reasonable range information that was provided to the various committees for their respective assignments?
I can't say for sure.
Is that typically made public?
Typically, I don't know if I can answer that.
Is there a reason not to make it public?
I don't think so.
All those committee members have it, so, and they're not under any kind of,
Well, they might be under an NDA, not to.
they'd be under an NDA as to the
Talk about-
content
right.
questions.
Well, content, no, but also, we advise them, talk all you want about the procedure and what you
Right.
did. But don't talk about specifics. For example, if a panelist goes out and says, oh, the cut score for advanced is gonna be between 46 and 47, right? Well, that likely is wrong, because it's not exactly the page number where they set it on. It's the mapping that page number to the ability level it corresponds to. So they're probably gonna be wrong if they said that. They will be wrong if they said that. Second of all, they're jumping your judgment, right? You haven't approved
Right,
this yet.
right.
So if they go out and they say it's this, you say, no, it's not. And then everybody's surprised when the eventual cut score that you approve is different from what they walked away with. So there's a lot of things about the specifics of the process
That may be subject,
I
not,
don't
that are
know that it
confidential.
would be advisable for sure. I mean, I'm of double minds of this. I'll tell you what the two minds are. One is, I don't know if it'd be advisable to give them like specific information about the reasonable ranges between page this and page that, because pages aren't the metric in which we set a cut score. We set the cut score in the metric of the ability, the underlying ability distribution that is on
But
this.
the reasonable range information that's provided to the standards committees, well.
And what's going to be provided to them is that essentially that yellow box
Right.
that says, here's the reasonable range within here. And so I wouldn't want those page numbers exactly. That's one mind of mine to say, no, that wouldn't be a good idea. The other mind is, I really endorse this notion of transparency. I've heard a number of times. And the more you can tell people what we did, the more they go, well, that makes sense.
Right. And also, I think it will inform, I mean, how, whether you do it in the page numbers or translate it into proficiency percentages or what, but when the board evaluates, I mean, everything the panels do comes to the board by way of a recommendation. And the board should have as much background. I mean,
Yes.
when we've had it in the past, we've had the original committee recommendations, we've had the psychometrician's analysis, we've had last year's, we've had a fair amount of information provided to the board such that we then make a decision. And to me, the reasonable range information would be an important piece.
I don't see any reason why, certainly in an executive session, you couldn't be told the exact numbers of what reasonable ranges were in terms of probably the ability metric.
Well, I'll argue with you there, just that if we're going to consider it, actually, I think it probably, we would have to look to see if it came under some exception, but my guess is it wouldn't, that we would have to either do it in public session or not. I may be wrong, but.
Yeah, I would urge caution, and there's too much opportunity, and unless it's an in-depth discussion, too much opportunity for misunderstanding what those reasonable ranges represent in terms of that they're given to panelists in terms of a zone in an ordered item set, which has really not a perfect relationship to the underlying ability metric, this item response theory theta metric that everything is done in under the hood. So I would be cautious in terms of the misunderstandings that would take place there. So, but maybe the second thing, you would absolutely get the predicted impact. You would absolutely get what percent is likely to be classified as below basic and basic.
Oh, okay, good.
and so forth.
So we,
Yeah,
and there,
absolutely.
we could look for ourselves to see how that aligns.
That's a non-starter. That's got to be there. Yeah.
So we would get predicted impact based on this year's test performance on if you adopt this cut score, this is what the percentage
Yes.
outcomes are going to be.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Rotherham.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I feel like the materials that we're gonna get in our meeting will be open, the public can see those. And so I feel like we can reasonably commit that with the caveats, we need to protect IP and we need to protect, there's certain aspects of this, we can be maximally transparent within those parameters so people can understand the decisions that, they can at least understand the information that we're using to make the decisions, whether they agree with the decisions or not.
And I would just say, sort of in closing, I think my evaluation of this is that you've got a good process that will get you to where you want to go. I'm confident that those yellow zones represent NAEP-like aspiration, and I'm confident that this is a process that educators for whom standard setting is not their first job, right?
I'm confident a process has been designed that they can understand and implement so they can bring their expertise to bear in a conscientious way that results in something that they can stand behind. And in fact, what you'll have in your final report also is a survey of all the people who participated, asking them, what did you think about this? Did you understand the process? Do you stand behind the cut scores you've set and that sort of thing? So you will get a lengthy and comprehensive summary of everything that happened in order to inform your judgment.
Further comments or questions?
Dr. Northern?
I just want to say thank you. What an informative session. Honestly, when I first saw the slides, I'm like, what's he going to say differently that Chris already told us? But you added a whole new layer to the conversation and got us talking and really substantively. So thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Appreciate it.
Any other comments here? Questions? Thank you so much for being with us today.
While you continue your business.
Thank you very much. And I think that ends us for the day. We will see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.